Batting sixth at first base, number 24, Johnny Rodriguez. In the seventh slot at shortstop, number 22, Cooper Shep. In the eighth hole, the catcher, number 44, Gavin Taylor. And batting ninth in left field, number 3, Jaden Hurdle. On the mound for UNLV, number 17, Felix Ong. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 UNLV Hustling Rebels. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask all those who are able to please rise, uncover your heads, and turn towards the flag with your right hand over your heart for this afternoon's playing of our national anthem. Thank you very much, and let's hear it for our anthem buddies, the 9U Vegas Elite.
From Earl E. Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV, we welcome you into another edition of Hustlin' Rebel Baseball. Along with Drew Neverett, I'm Matt Neverett here on a picture-perfect Sunday afternoon at Earl E. Wilson Stadium as UNLV tries to complete a 3-game sweep against the Bradley Braves visiting from the Missouri Valley Conference in Peoria, Illinois. Drew, you were on the call for the first 2 games of the series, including last night, with 4 Rebel pitchers combined to strike out a program record 22 Braves batters. They'll give way to Felix Ong this afternoon, trying to maintain that momentum.
Yeah, a couple of excellent performances by the Rebel pitching staff and the offense as well on Friday and Saturday night. But last night, 22 strikeouts combined, like you said. Parker Dilloff, the big 6'5" lefty, was really stellar. 95 pitches. He got 10 of those 22 strikeouts and then gave way to Tate Foxen, LJ Manning, Colton Sunloff to get it done as well. Foxen, wildly impressive, 6 outs all via the K. And Felix Ong should be a great start today, too. Super projectable guy, sits between 95 and 97 on that fastball. Excited to see On and some of the potential that he brings to this Rebel pitching staff.
6'5" right-hander out of Key West makes his second appearance of the year. His only other outing was back on the 15th last week against Austin Peay. A little bit of up and down, a couple of strikeouts in 4 1/3 innings. Did get charged for 6 runs. He gave up 5 hits, but the big issue for Ong was the walks. He walked 6 batters, throwing 47 strikes out of his 84 pitches. And for a guy who really gets on you, long arms, elite level extension, throwing strikes is going to be massive for him because he's got as much swing and miss potential as anybody on the roster.
Yeah, totally. And we saw the last 2 nights, Bradley willing to swing early and often. And so if On kind of keeps that command going and is able to locate, it's going to be extremely hard for these Bradley bats to guess correctly and make contact. So he could have a big K potential day this afternoon here. 11:05, Matt, an early start, kicked up a bit from your typical 12:05 on Sundays.
We appreciate you joining us here in the AM on UNLV Athletics YouTube page. The Hustlin' Rebels coming in at 4-2 on the season. The Bradley Braves, in the midst of a 24-game road swing to start the campaign, is 1-5. They've lost their last 3. And today for the Rebels, debuting a brand new uniform. The black tops with the script Rebels in red with the white on the outside. Brand new look with the white pinstripe pants. Felix Ong finishes up his warm-up tosses. Gavin Taylor filling up the battery and doing the catching this morning. Almost said this afternoon, not yet. Johnny Rodriguez at first base. Marcos Rosales to his right at second. Drew Berrigan manning third base with Cooper Sheff to his left at short. Jaden Hurdle in left for the first time in his college career. Reggie Bussey, the center fielder, with Nin Burns roaming the range and right. Designated hitter today, Aiden Garcia for Stan Stolte and company. The Bradley Braves with first-year head coach Justin Dedman in their all-white uniforms. Sorab Rezai leads things off. Right-hand batting shortstop against Felix Ong. First pitch out of the full windup is a fastball right down the chute. And a call for a strike. We're underway at 11:04, 58 degrees. An area cloud in the sky with a zephyr of wind pushing towards right field. Ong, with an 0-1 count, winds and delivers. As Rezai, beg your pardon, swings and fouls it back into the mid of the catcher. Alex Nash calling balls and strikes, our home plate umpire this morning. Greg Charles at first. Across from him, Michael Raines at third with the crew chief, Adam Dowdy, currently beyond the bag at second. The 0-2 on the way from Ong. And it's in there. Called strike three. Slider at 84 freezes Rezai. Can't start any better than that for Felix Ong.
Beautiful pitch sequencing there. Absolutely froze him on that second strike with a fastball clocking at 94. And did a lot of what we saw last night with Parker Dillov, that outside part of the plate slider to a right-handed batter. Completely keeps him guessing. Beautiful K for Ong.
Great sequencing to get things started. His third K of the year brings up A.J. Garcia from the left side. The center fielder batting .286 on the young season. First pitch swinging, comes up empty on a 93-mile-an-hour heater. After our Belfort property restoration, first strikeout of the game. Base is empty with one out here in the top of the first. Third baseman Berrigan creeping in front of the bag at third. Everybody else deep and straight up. On a 0-1 offering, it's high, and it's off the glove of the catcher Taylor, rolling to the backstop. After Garcia, Anthony Martinez, the third baseman, or first baseman rather, hitting third. Aiden Miller, number 4 in the lineup, number 4 on the card as well at second, with Jack Holubowski, the third baseman, batting fifth. 1-1 fastball right down the pipe in there for strike two. Designated hitter Michael Quick bats sixth for the Braves this afternoon, landed low and right, hitting seventh. River Lindsay, the left fielder, out of the 8th spot, with Jackson Schumacher, the catcher, hitting at the bottom of the lineup. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike three. Ong with another beautiful breaking ball, back-to-back strikeout, starts out his afternoon's outing perfect so far.
That sweeper is a thing of beauty. Fools a righty in Rezai, then fools a lefty in Garcia.
Back-to-back Ks with nobody out, nobody on, I should say, and 2 out. Here's Martinez, the right-hand batting first baseman. So Ong already with as many strikeouts in 2 batters as he had in 4 1/3 innings in his previous start. And there's another strike to start out an at-bat to Martinez.
It's a tough task for Martinez coming in. Each of his last 3 plate appearances last night, he drew a base on balls. Extreme discipline from him, but tough to go up against Ong, who's really feeling it in the early going.
Another swing, another miss, this time on the cutter. And it's quickly 0-2. With 1 ball so far thrown this inning by Felix Ong. That fastball in the mid-90s, a cutter in the upper 80s, also throws a sweeper, and every now and then he'll mix in a changeup. Let's see what he goes with here on 0-2. Check swing on a pitch high, the appeal to first. No, he did not, says Greg Charles. And on just the second ball of the inning, the count 1-2.
Great spot for that sweeper here. He's ahead, he's got a couple of waste pitches if he needs to, and likely will look up to pick up K number 3 via the sweeper.
Everybody deep and straight up in the infield as Ong on the way. Delivers the 1-2. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. Did he go? No, says Greg Charles once again. So Ong, on the last 2 pitches, starting him in the zone and fading him out, he is certainly looking to induce a swing and a miss from Martinez, who's 5 out of 22 to start the young season.
Martinez showed a little versatility last night, being asked to relieve the pitcher in the 9th inning, picked up a K on 3 pitches on the mound.
Takes this fastball just off the inner third, and the count goes full with 2 outs, and the base is empty here in the first. If Felix Ong wants to stretch it out today, a quick and clean first inning is imperative. He's 1 strike away from doing so here. He winds and deals. Here's the 3-2. Just upstairs. Looked like a cutter at 87. And after back-to-back strikeouts, a base on balls extends the opening frame.
So we've seen about what we can typically expect from Felix Ong. The boom or bust kind of potential. 2 big Ks and then an 0-2 count that falls 4 straight balls to walk Martinez. A little bit of feast or famine from Felix.
He had 6 walks and a hit batter in 4 1/3 innings in his only other start. already more than doubling his previous output in terms of innings over the past 2 years. Martinez with a good-sized lead off first as Hayden Miller settles in for the first time. Second baseman swings through a fastball for strike one.
Hayden Miller 1 for 4 last night. Got hit by a pitch, had an RBI single, and sandwiched in between, he wore the sombrero with 3 strikeouts.
Ong out of the stretch for the first time this afternoon with Rodriguez holding on at first. 0-1 slider well off the outside. Good job by Taylor to slide to his right. So far, so good. The Rebels have already clinched a series victory. They're going for a sweep this afternoon. Victories by scores of 12-9 and 13-5 over the last 2 nights. Here's the 1-1 from the set. And it's outside again. That time another sweeper. The game on Friday night was incredible with the way that UNLV was able to come back in the late stages. I mean, they were down. They were almost dead to rights towards the end of that game.
It was such an interesting narrative seeing William Soignier, the Friday starter for Bradley, absolutely dominant, no-hitter through 3, 8 strikeouts, and then the bullpen faded a bit, and the Rebels had some excellent at-bats in that extremely long bottom of the 7th frame.
There goes the runner, and the pitch inside hits Miller. So Martinez safely in at second, sans a stolen base. And Miller gets hit by pitch, so here's that feast or famine potential you had talked about. Back-to-back strikeouts, back-to-back free passes, sets up Jack Holubowski with 2 on and 2 down.
Seen a lot of hit by pitches this weekend, too. That's 2 consecutive plate appearances now dating back to last night's 9th inning for Hayden Miller. He'll take the free pass regardless.
That one looked like it just nicked him on the arm. The fastball running inside with the catcher Taylor popping up and ready to throw. Instead, he was able to watch him. So Ong, his first pitch to Holubowski, that's upstairs, and it's 1-0. Jack Holubowski, the third baseman, 3 hits and 13 at-bats to start the year. Right-handed hitter wearing number 15, 6'2" junior out of Chesterfield, Missouri. The Key West, Florida native, Felix Ong delivers the 1-0. Beautiful sweeping slider in there for strike one.
That's how he needs to execute. He has to replicate that type of sweeper all season long, especially on these right-handed batters. Looks like it's going to hit you in the shoulder, the front shoulder on the way in, and then just snaps off down the middle.
Martinez off second. Miller with the good-sized leadoff first behind him. There's another sweeper, and it's outside. For a guy like Felix Ong, who's got elite-level extension, he's 6'5", and with his long arms and a long stride as well, that pitch gets on you. If you can separate it, that fastball and the slider, anything else is just ancillary and a weapon. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a line drive straight back. That goes even at 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. With 2 runners on, deuces wild here in the first.
On Friday night, we saw Carson Lane a bit of a rocky start, but a lot of his success once he settled in was the high fastball when he could really get the uptick on the velocity. On should look for that high fastball as a weapon as we advance on this one.
He sets, he delivers. The runner's on the move, and the pitch fouled away straight back. It looked like Martinez was the trigger man on that double steal. He took a pretty big secondary, and they made a break. Ong not really paying much attention to that lead runner, Marcos Rosales at second. Shaded a bit up the middle, but not necessarily covering the bag, and Rodriguez deep off the base at first, no hold on the trail runner. Here comes another 2-2 on the way from Felix Ong. Swing and a miss. He got him with the slider. Ong strikes out the side. Nothing going for Bradley in their first at bat. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a pair left. The Rebels due up next against Ryan Shafted in the bottom of the first inning. When we come back, no score between Bradley and UNLV.
Rebel fans, food and beverage are available for purchase at the Smoke and Sands concession stand and bar. Head over to the bar and enjoy $5 mimosas and Bloody Marys. The Hustlin' Rebels thank Smoke and Sands for their continued support of the program.
No score as we go to the bottom of the first inning. Felix Ong, despite hitting a batter and walking a batter, struck out the other 3 that he faced in the 23-pitch first inning. Will give way on the hill to Ryan Schaffnet, the right-hander out of Morton, Illinois. A freshman making his second college start for the Bradley Braves. He's a big guy at 6'6", 220 pounds. In his only other appearance as a college pitcher a week ago against Bethune-Cookman. 4 innings, 4 runs on 8 hits with 1 strikeout and no walks. That tells you a lot of balls in play against a guy like him. And that kind of a pitcher tends to give up a lot of runs against UNLV historically.
Yeah, certainly does, and especially when you look at how Justin Redmond has been forced to use his bullpen throughout these first 2 games. You know, multiple innings over the last 2 nights with multiple pitchers in the same inning. A lot of true freshmen that they're relying on, a lot of undersized guys. So for a guy like Schaffnet, you want him to be able to eat as many innings as possible here on this Sunday and put a lot of balls in play, command the zone against the Hustlin' Rebel lineup.
Reggie Bussey in from the left side to lead things off. Schaffnet working with his catcher Jackson Schumacher, the 2-man battery to get things started for the roadside. Bussey watching all the way, takes a first pitch fastball down and out at 91. And ball 1 starts off the home half of the first. Anthony Martinez manning first base today with Hayden Miller at second. So Rab Rezai, his double play partner up the middle at short with Jackson Holobuski, the third baseman, currently shaded in. As Bussey swings through a fastball, the count goes even. River Lindsay in left field, A.J. Garcia straight away in center with Landon Lowe in right. Michael Quick, the designated hitter, will lead off in the top of the second for the Braves. 1-1 from Schaffnet, another swing and a miss from Bussey. That fastball in that time, blown right by him at 91. Bussey, the Ohio State transfer, just getting into the fold this weekend. Started the year on the shelf with an injury. Schaffner, the right-hander, deals the 1-2 up and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bussey, an intriguing bat at the top of this lineup. The speed power mix, certainly evident from the Ohio native. 6'2", $190, senior this year. Schaffner on the way, a high leg kick and the 2-2 pitch. Pulled on the ground, fair, down the first base side. It goes past the diving first baseman and into the corner and right. Bussey around first, he wants 2. He's in there, standing and safely on a leadoff stand-up double. That's how you get the home half of the first started.
Took that inside pitch for a ride. Almost looked like he rolled over on it, but a lot of velo coming off the bat. Rolls right down the line, almost to the right field wall. Bussey, a guy that Stan Stolte excited to have back. Had a brief chat with Stan during BP yesterday, said, we're really looking forward to getting Reggie back whenever that is, and that day was today. Great double for Bussey.
2 hits and 3 at-bats this year. Both of those hits, 2 baggers. As it sets up Marcos Rosales with a runner in scoring position, and it sends Schaffnet out of the stretch. Breaking ball, hit in the air the other way, shallow to right. Here comes Landon Lowe. He'll watch that thing bounce foul by just a couple of feet. A twisting ball off the bat. Just kept on hooking towards the corner with no wind to push it. Marcos Rosales batting and playing second this afternoon. Still the morning for Stan Stolte and company. Aiden Garcia, the designated hitter, batting third. Drew Berrigan, the third baseman, hitting cleanup with Nin Burns and right out of the 5 spot. Johnny Rodriguez to the 6 hole, the third and final lefty in the lineup at first base. Cooper Sheff at short. Gavin Taylor catching and hitting 8th with Jaden Hurdle making his first start in left and batting 9th. That's 0-1 on Rosales. Off to a hot start this year with the bat as he takes a strike. And the count quickly 0-2 from Schaffnet.
Yeah, Rosales has been special, really showcased the talent in his hands, quick hands and effective hands. He leads the Rebels in batting average and on base percentage in the early part of this season.
Bussey with a good-sized lead off second. Miller keeping an eye on him up the middle. Schaffnet turns, throws that direction, but Bussey wise to it, able to get back in there, standing ahead of the throw. Schaffnet, a 4-year varsity player at Morton High School in Illinois. Unanimous first-team All-State as both a junior and a senior. Staying in his home state for college ball. The 0-2, that's just upstairs. A good watch with 2 strikes by Rosales, and credit to Schaffnet. That's an outstanding 0-2 breaking ball.
It really is, and it's a credit to Marcos Rosales with his plate discipline. An elite base on balls drawer as well. Taking pitches like that's going to continue to add to that walk count.
He swings and hits one high in the air down the right field line. Right fielder Lowe working towards the corner again. He drifts into foul ground. He slides on the warning track, and it's out of play. Great spatial awareness there. You so often see guys go crashing into the fence on plays like that, but Lowe got to the dirt. Knew he had maybe 1 or 2 more steps before going into a pop-up slide. Rebel bullpen on the other side of the fence nearly propped him up.
Yeah, great awareness and looks a little more composed over there in right field than he did on Friday night in left. He was one of 2 defensive replacements for the injured leadoff man left fielder Ashton Horcham for the Braves.
Rosales fighting off a couple of 2-strike pitches there. Here's another one on the way, and it's fouled straight down this time. Marcos Rosales, right-handed batting second baseman at 5'9", 185 pounds. The Cal State Fullerton transfer is going to have an opportunity to go up against his old teammates here in a couple of weeks. UNLV taking on Cal State Fullerton here at the Earl on March 17th. It's a 6:05 first pitch and a one-off midweek non-con game. Schaffnitz set at the belt, checking second. He'll turn to the plate and deal the 1-2. And it's outside barely. Jackson Schumacher trying to frame up these pitches that aren't missing by much, but they have missed, and the count even at deuces.
Yeah, Schumacher showcased his blocking ability behind the dish. The framing maybe could use a little bit of fine-tuning. A lot of those herky-jerky motions a little bit aren't going to fool an experienced umpire like Alex Nash.
That fastball well off the outside, and the count goes full. So Rosales, if nothing else, working the pitch count of Schaffnit up. Schaffnit. Left fielder Lindsay maybe a step away from the line. Same deal with Lowe and right. On 3-2. The payoff delivery is swung on and hammered. Deep in the air to left center field. Looking up is the center fielder Garcia. It's off the base of the wall. Bussy rounding third. He'll score with ease. Settling in behind him is Marcos Rosales. Back-to-back doubles to lead off the first, and the Rebels lead it 1-0.
The emphatic bowling ball celebration at second we've seen so far from Marcos Rosales this weekend. And a thing of beauty is that double into the left center gap. Really swings the hands all the way around, and a credit to him for working that count all the way full, waiting for his pitch, and unloading on it.
Rosales just got underneath that one. If that's more of a line drive instead of a parabola, that thing might still be carrying.
And especially some of these nights we've seen at the Earl the past handful of years with some wind carrying out that catches the wind trail. That one's out of here as well.
And the first pitch to Aiden Garcia's in the dirt. Garcia, the designated hitter for this series finale. Rosales on that pitch, by the way, broke to third. Slammed on the brakes as soon as it left the hand of Schaffnit, but certainly gave the catcher Schumacher something to think about. Rosales, that's his 7th RBI of the year, trails Berrigan and Burns, each with a team-high 9. Throw back to second base, taking on Rosales. And that's a heads-up play by Schaffnit with nobody covering the bag, because if you turn on that and don't throw it, it's a balk. So he kind of turned, lobbed it over there, and the shortstop Rezai was able to get underneath that lob.
Yeah, that happened to Gavin Thompson, last night's starter for Bradley as well. All sorts of Rebels leading off, playing the mind games on second as we see another pickoff. This one extremely close.
Man, they nearly got Rosales leaning there. It looked like the tag was applied, but because he got him, looked like lower back, maybe on the upper part of the leg, you're not going to get many outs when you tag a guy that far down, diving head first. Out of the plate, the 1-0. Catches the outside. It's 79. Backdoor slider in there for strike 1 to Garcia. Garcia, one of 3 catchers on the roster. Designated hitter, batting third this afternoon. .294 average to start the year. No home runs and 6 batted in 6 games. Swinging a hard ground ball, fair down the first base side, past Martinez and into the right field corner again. Rosales is going to score, struggling in right to pick it out is Low. Rosales turns around second, but he'll hold up. 3 straight doubles to start the game, and it's 2-0 UNLV.
Almost the exact same hit as Reggie Bussy had to lead off this inning. That hard grounder skips just over the first base bag, tails all the way into the corner by the fence, hard to corral for Landon Lowe, but Aiden Garcia continues his hot streak of driving in runs. Drove in 4 in the victory last night. He'll have 1 in as many plate appearances this morning.
7 ribbies in 7 games for Garcia. I'd say that's a pretty good pace to keep up.
Something like that. It's special to see what he does. Quite the approach from the senior from Covina, California.
Drew Berrigan watching a first pitch in the dirt for ball 1. Berrigan playing at third and hitting cleanup. Batting a cool .412 to start the campaign. 7 hits and 17 at bats, including a home run. And 9 batted in as well. Berrigan's been a good offensive presence at the hot corner, with Cooper Sheff moving to his more customary shortstop this year. In Burns in the on-deck circle as Schaffnit deals the 1-0. That's in the dirt again. 2 balls and no strikes to Drew Berrigan out of Trabuco Canyon, California, the former Western Kentucky Hilltopper.
He's really shown his team-first attitude. 2 sacrifices last night, Matt. A sack fly in the first and a sack bunt to move 2 Rebels into scoring position in the 7th inning.
Breaking ball tumbles through the top of the zone for a called strike 1. This is a little bit of a different look that we've seen from some UNLV teams in the past in terms of the bunting, in terms of the balance as well, top to bottom of the lineup.
A lot of guys with big frames, but sneaky speed as well. You and I were talking about Johnny Rodriguez, the first baseman, who we'll see hitting in the 6th spot today, but some defensive acumen from guys you might not expect by looking at them, as well as some sneaky wheels.
Counts even at 2 after that changeup caught the outside. And now with the count even, Schaffnet on the way with the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, punch fouled on the first base side. Between the line and first base coach Nick Rush. Hitting coach Corey Vanderhook down the third base line. The black uniforms looking sharp. The Rebels script on the front, the same as the pinstripe, or the cream jerseys rather, as well this year.
A lot of variety from the equipment room, always keeping the Hustlin' Rebels looking sharp.
Here comes another 2-2 delivery. Swung on and grounded foul the other way this time. A chopper down the third base side. So Berrigan just making sure both of his base coaches are still awake here in the first. Nice and early. Game starting 4 minutes past 11 a.m. Second baseman Miller keeping close tabs on Aiden Garcia off second. Berrigan's got the count all square at 2 as he takes that one outside. Good job by Schumacher to dive to his right. Second full count of inning number 1. Garcia, or rather Rosales, went full before doubling off the base of the wall in left center. Berrigan trying to become the 4th straight Rebel to reach against Schaffnet. Here we go, the 3-2 pitch, here it is. Swung on, line the other way. That's down and right for a base hit. Garcia gets the wave around third. Runner wants second. Berrigan on the way. He slides in safely without a throw. 4 straight doubles to start the game. 3-0 UNLV. It's deja vu all over again.
Typically, Matt, when you talk about station to station, it's single after single. This time on a beautiful Sunday morning, double after double, 4 unanswered, and can't ask for a much better start for the Hustlin' Rebels as pitching coach Jeff Bolin saunters out to have a conversation with his true freshman facing some serious adversity in the first frame.
You always wonder as well this time of year what kind of bullpen depth teams have at their disposal. A team like Bradley with a ton of freshmen on the roster in general. Third game of a series on the weekend, you may have to stretch your starter out in a game like this.
You absolutely have to. I alluded to it right before we got into this, but so many different arms from Friday night and Saturday night, especially with the Rebels waking up offensively very late. We saw 3 different guys have to pitch in the 7th inning on Friday. 2 different relief arms in the 8th just to record 1 out in that marathon bottom of the 8th a night ago. So extremely tough task for any coaching staff to try to manage a 3-game series when you're struggling with a lot of true freshmen, a lot of young guys, a lot of newcomers out of your bullpen.
So 4 straight doubles to start off the home half of the first. Brings up Min Burns, trying to make it 5 at least. Off in second is Berrigan. Again, Hayden Miller at second, keeping an eye on him. Burns in from the right, watching strike 1 on a breaking ball from Schaffnet. I did watch Joey Sorelli, wearing number 50, jog down to the left field bullpen for the visiting Braves. And as of now, he's out there with a sweatshirt-clad catcher, and that's the only 2 bodies out there. Burns stings one the other way, but it'll drift foul and out of play. 0-2 to Min Burns, who's batting .261 to start the year. 2 of his 6 hits this year have been for extra bases. 6 out of 23 on the young season.
Burns, after the win on Friday night, talked a little bit about his relationship with Drew Berrigan and co-RBI leader coming into this game. So when you have a guy like him in front of you who puts up a good at-bat, it really helps you when you get up there knowing what pitches will come, changes your approach, especially when you live with the guy. They're roommates, Matt, so they know a lot about each other.
You hear a lot about protection in the lineup, and that definitely makes a difference as Burns hits one in the air, down the right field side again. Lowe goes into a dive. He can't get it. It goes past the right fielder and all the way to the fence. Here comes Berrigan around to score. Burns wants third. He's in there safely on an RBI triple. Forget a double. It's a 3-bagger for Burns, and it's 4-0 UNLV.
You look back at the box score from Friday night's victory and Saturday night's victory, you see a lot of walks, you see a lot of singles, you see a lot of choppy at-bats, long at-bats to earn the Rebels their high volume of runs. And how about today? 5 ABs, 5 extra base hits. The Rebels have certainly brought the sticks tonight.
And really only one of those 5 was blasted. It was the Rosales double that nearly left the yard. Otherwise, they've just been dink and dunk two-back.
And it's great patience. It's finding the pitches that they can turn on and really start to roll down the line as we see a quick time in the action from home plate ump.
Yeah, you'll see this in relation to the pitch clock. The umpire wants to make sure that the pitcher's not, as they say, quick pitching the batter. You see that at the major and minor league levels nowadays as well. You got to let the batter get in. They got to make eye contact. That's kind of the rule in affiliated baseball. Rodriguez, it's a little squibbler off the end of the bat, straight back for strike 1. Rodriguez and the on-deck man, Cooper Sheff, the only 2 Rebels to have at least 1 hit in all 6 prior games this year. Rodriguez, who's been outstanding defensively at first, and from the left side, sporting a .259 average on the young campaign. He swings here, grounds one to the right. Fielded by the first baseman Martinez. He'll flip it underhand to the pitcher covering. On the play, Burns comes in to score. So while it's not an extra base hit, it is a run-scoring ball in play. Rodriguez grounds out 3-1, but earns his 7th RBI of the season. And with 1 out and the bases empty in the home half of the first, 5-0 UNLV for Cooper Sheff, who's due up next.
Rodriguez knows he has a job to do there. Make sure the ball's hit hard and in play. Getting in home from third, and it's exactly what he does.
That situation as well, regardless of if you're left or you're right, you want to go to that right side of the infield. First pitch to Sheff. Over the outside, called for a strike at 82. Cooper Sheff, 9 out of his first 27. All 9 hits have been singles. Does have a hit in every game so far, as mentioned. Oregon Duck swings and pokes one straight back for strike 2. 0-2 the count. The Las Vegas native, Cooper Sheff.
Yeah, 3 hits thus far this weekend for Coop, and all really just seeing eye singles. 2 of them on Friday, right up the middle. One a hard liner to center, one a ground ball off the bag.
He lifts this one in the air to shallow center field. A.J. Garcia camped underneath it, and the center fielder makes the catch over the right shoulder for out number 2. Perfectly positioned there as Sheff flies out. And with 2 outs and the base is empty, 5-0 hustling Rebels. As Gavin Taylor sheds the leg guards and will work his way around to the right-hand batter's box.
Gavin Taylor came in last night's 9th inning. He was a pinch runner for Aiden Garcia after Garcia reached base for the 3rd consecutive plate appearance. All Taylor did was steal second and then come around to score.
First pitch swinging, ground ball to the third baseman, Holubowski. He grabs it on the backhand, sets and fires to first in time. And that's how the first inning draws to a close. But it's an explosive first inning for Stan Stolte and company. They score 5 runs on 5 hits, all of them either doubles or triples. There were no errors and nobody left on base. So far, so good for the home side. After 1 inning of play here at the Earl, it's UNLV 5, Bradley nothing.
Intermountain Health is here to help you live the healthiest life possible. As the official health partner of UNLV Athletics, Intermountain Health is dedicated to promoting health and wellness in our community.
Hustlin' Rebel Baseball is presented by West Coast Trial Lawyers, the #1 rated personal injury firm and proud supporters of UNLV, reminding you to get the most with West Coast. Also brought to you by your Southern Nevada Chevy dealers with impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and powerful engines as well. The Chevy Silverado, Colorado, and Tahoe have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. See your Southern Nevada Chevy dealer. Matt Neverett along with Drew Neverett here from Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Felix Ong ready to toe the slab in the top of the second inning with 5 runs of support. Rebels lead at 5-0 over Bradley as the 6th hitter for the Braves settles in. It's a designated hitter, Michael Quick from the left side. Checks his swing on a first pitch fastball riding high at 92. And the 1-0 count starts Ong off in the top of the second. Rebels with 5 runs on 5 hits and a ground out. All 5 of the hits either doubles or triples. Extra base hit party in the first. Ong misses just low. About the same distance that he missed high on that first pitch.
Yeah, Michael Quick with the great eye in there. He's extremely versatile. Played right field on Friday, left field last night, DHing tonight. A strong home run, too, in his first at-bat a night ago.
Lines one fouled on the third base side. Strike one on a ball put in play. Quick the DH, Landon Lowe the right fielder, who's had an adventurous morning already on defense. And River Lindsay in left, your 3 batters to start off the second for Bradley. Jackson Schumacher, the 9-man in the lineup, hitting 4th in the frame. Berrigan, the third baseman, creeps in on the cut of the infield grass. Felix Ong gives up a high fly, foul ground, third base side. Berrigan works his way to the fence, but will run out of room. And will land on the concourse and send some young fans scurrying for a souvenir.
Something about Drew Berrigan, you know, you can look at the stats. It's one of those things that's just hard to measure as his hustle. Anything that's close to him on the ground, he's diving for. Any type of fly ball looping to the third base side, he's giving chase regardless of if it's catchable.
A wave and a miss. Strike 3. Quick sent down on a slider. 4 strikeouts. Every out recorded so far by Ong has been via the K. That one nasty at 83 on the radar gun.
Clearly finding some command and some dominance with that sweeper. Expect a lot more of that all season long from On.
Ong spent last year at Florida, 3 games out of the Florida bullpen, but coming into his own here as a starter. Landon Lowe grounds one right side and through. And to right field it goes. First ball in play against Felix Ong goes as a seeing eye base hit for Landon Lowe. Just his 3rd hit and 16 at-bats to start the year. And with 1 out and 1 on, he's a double play candidate with River Lindsay working around to the left side. Lindsay, one of 3 left-handed batters in the lineup today for first-year head coach Justin Dedman. Came over from Loyola Marymount, where he was the hitting coach and recruiting coordinator. WCC Baseball plays their conference tournament at Las Vegas Ballpark out in Summerlin. He's been to Vegas before. First pitch high on one that Lindsay had scored around a bunt. He pulled it back on ball 1.
Gavin Taylor kind of jumped up looking for a potential snapback throw. Maybe wise not to do so. Saw Jackson Schumacher airmail one into the outfield for a 2-base error last night.
Lowe is a candidate to run. 2 steals in 3 attempts so far. That in mind, Ong fires over in that direction. It's off the glove of Rodriguez. Advancing up to second base is going to be Lowe. That'll be a fielding error, not a throwing error. So charge it E3 on the advancement of Lowe to second base.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of juice on the pickoff throw, but hit the webbing of Martinez's glove. Or Rodriguez, pardon me.
You'd rather see a hard throw. I mean, he might have thrown that one 90. It's showing 90 on the board from the last pitch, but that might have been 90 to first.
I mean, you see it a lot with guys that just pump the velo in there. That pickoff move has some serious bite to it as well.
He ripped a rocket. Now with the runner in scoring position, batter squares to bunt. Lindsay pulls it back on one that's called a strike at the top of the zone. Wind blowing softly out to left here in the series finale. An off day tomorrow, but Rebels don't get much of a break. Western Michigan comes to town Tuesday and Wednesday. There's a bunt, and it's popped up into the seats beyond the first base side. And now with 2 strikes, you would assume that the bunt play is off for River Lindsay, but you never know.
And to me, there's not too much of a, at least analytical advantage of a 1-out bunt to get a guy from second to third. He's in scoring position, and, you know, there's no real logical reason in my book to do so.
Especially down 5 runs. Got to consider that as well. On, set, the 1-2, swing and a miss. He got him with the elevated fastball. All 5 outs now by Ong recorded via the K. He has fanned all but one of them. That fastball lighting up the gun at 90. And with a runner on second, 2 down, Rebels lead at 5-0. Jackson Schumacher, the catcher, in from the right, making his first at bat of the game.
Schumacher 0 for 14 this year, still looking to pick up that elusive first hit.
Rosales right behind the bag at second. He backs away as Ong deals the first pitch. It's lined up the middle, in the air. Rosales able to make the catch about a foot behind the bag at second. That's the first out, not via the strikeout for Felix Ong. A 1-out base hit stranded on for Bradley. No runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left. After an inning and a half, the Rebels lead the Braves 5-0.
Parkway Tavern, the official partner of UNLV Athletics and the official home of the Rebels on the road. With 250 beers, 24/7 gaming, and 7 Valley locations, there's no better place to catch the Rebel game than Parkway Tavern.
Rebel Baseball here on the UNLV Sports Network from Learfield is brought to you by Pueblo Medical Imaging. Their friendly staff is eager to take care of all your radiology needs and offers same-day and next-day availability. With top-of-the-line, state-of-the-art equipment, they're open 7 days a week with early morning and evening appointments to accommodate all patient schedules. That's Pueblo Medical Imaging. Rebels on top of the Braves 5-0. 9-1 in 2 spots, 2 up for Stan Stolte's club. Jaden Hurdle leading things off against Ryan Schaffnet in the bottom of the second inning. Schaffnet ready with his 34th pitch of the game. 33 pitches, 24 strikes in the first. 5 runs on 5 hits. Hurdle swings to the first pitch, grounds it up the middle and through. Past the backhand of the second baseman Miller, and it's the first single of 6 hits for UNLV in the game. Both innings beginning with a leadoff batter on via the hit.
Great job by Hurdle after a 1 for 4 performance on Friday. He was eager to put a ball in play. Does so with a nice rope up the middle, and good for Jaden playing in left field today to lead off the inning with a single and really kick things back off to the top of the order for the second time around.
Hurdle, an infielder by trade, but Stan Stolte told us before the year he'd get some looks in the outfield. If you can hit, they'll find a spot for you defensively. Short lead off of first is Reggie Bussey back in for the second time in as many innings. Watches a back hip slider in for strike 1. Schaffnet pitching him backwards the second time through. Bussey doubled down the right field line to lead off the first inning. A roller that snuck underneath the glove of the first baseman Martinez, who holds on the runner. Middle infield double play depth. Here's the 0-1 on the way. Bussey bunts one down the third base side. The pitcher off the mound. Schaffnet bare hands, throws to first, not in time. A bunt base hit for Bussey. Hurdle up to second base. 2 on, nobody out. The Rebels doing it every way imaginable today. They've got every hit except for a home run.
Talk about a picture-perfect bunt, too. I mean, just a beautiful laydown. Tough for Schaffnet to come off the mound, you know, fading to his left as the tall right. He has to take a full stop, turn, plant the foot to run over. Remarkable he was even able to get an accurate throw off in time, but the wheels of Bussey negate any type of an out there. Beautifully done.
The degree of difficulty as well in that bunt, extremely high on a pitch that almost got him in the chest. He kind of leaned away, pushed it down the line at third. You don't always want to have that pushing motion, but Bussey, a skilled bunter and a quick base runner, can make it work. It's a way to set the table for the meteor lineup as the 2, 3, and 4 spots due up next. Marcos Rosales, who doubled home a run off the base of fell off the wall in left center field, stands in now. And watching all the way, he takes high at 86.
Without dialed, Marcos has been in at the plate just in terms of being selective, drawing these long counts. Today feels like a day where he picks up 2, 3, 4 hits. and pivotal ones as well, especially 2 guys on.
Rebels trying to extend the lead in the early frame, and the next pitch inside, and it hits him. Looked like it got him on the front arm, maybe even the jersey. But the hit batter will load the bases for Aiden Garcia. They're setting the table, and then there's this. Bases loaded, nobody out for the literal middle of your batting order.
And Garcia's not going to swing unless he sees a pitch that he likes, too. He showcased that all weekend, but don't be fooled by the 5'11 frame. This left-hander has some serious pop and in a dangerous spot for Bradley with the Ducks on the pond.
Aiden Garcia batting with the sacks full and nobody out. Rebels lead at 5-0, trying to extend it further. Out of the full windup, Schaffner's first pitch, high on a slider. Aiden Garcia, the 5'11", 200-pounder out of Covina, California. Played his college ball last year at Florida Atlantic. Boca Raton. Watching all the way, he takes a slider that finds the black of the outside for strike 1, but there's your evidence of an approach right there. That's a pitcher's pitch, and he watched it all the way.
It really was, and credit to Schumacher really improving that framing, the elbow kind of snapping back in, just a much more subtle movement from the wrist, as opposed to that one there where it's a lot more of that actual drag, the grab and turn over. The more natural fluid elbow movement really is how you can get a frame to be effective.
And, you know, pitch framing is sort of fading away in terms of importance, but it's still important no matter what.
Especially in the college game, right? There's no real ABS system in place yet, automatic ball strikes yet. Exactly, no, I'm saying it's probably coming, Matt. You know better than most, but it's such a unique skill and adds so much value to your entire pitching staff, especially with some rockiness and some inconsistency that you see all across the country in bullpens and rotations.
The 2-2 from Schaffner. Outside, he faded a heater away at 90. So the count full with nobody out to Garcia, who doubled on a roller down the right field line in the first. Scoring Rosales in the process. Rosales at first, Bussey at second. Jaden Hurdle off third after a leadoff single. The 3-2 pitch, here it is. Swing, line drive, foul. Yanked down the line and right. So 79 on the big breaking ball, and Garcia all over it. Tells you he's expecting something soft.
Be tough to go back to the well with the off speed. When you're in a dangerous position, can't put anybody on. The fastball's usually the reliance.
3-2 pitch, hammered down the line and right. Low gives it a look, that's fair. All the way to the fence it goes. 2 runs will score. Rosales gets the stop sign at third. As the throw goes through, he makes a break to the plate, but he's able to retreat back on a 2 RBI double for Aiden Garcia. 7-0 UNLV with no outs in the second. Garcia alone has 2 doubles, 3 runs batted in, and he's on second with nobody out for Berrigan.
Worst case scenario for the Bradley Braves. Things are really unraveling in the early parts of this one. The Rebel offense finding their groove.
Garcia with 9 runs batted in. Trails only Berrigan, who drove in his 10th back in the first inning. Runners on second and third as Berrigan pops the first pitch straight back. Held in by the protective netting on strike 1. So still plenty of game to go, but UNLV well on their way to their 3rd consecutive game with double-digit runs. And here comes Justin Dedman. That looks like it's going to do it for the starter, Ryan Schaffner. So after he threw that first pitch, Dedman came out and he's not pulling him immediately.
So this is an interesting one too, Matt. Something I mentioned a little bit on the last 2 nights is a guy like Dedman in his first year still figuring out kind of his cadence. He took almost every single mound visit. We've only seen Jeff Bolin. When he came out earlier today, only the 2nd time pitching coach Bolin had exited the dugout. So Dedman really a guy who commands his staff, commands his roster, and a guy that, you know, his team really looks up to and looks to for guidance. But in your first year ever as a manager, right, at the D1 level, figuring out your cadence and figuring out those selective situations in which you want to go give the advice, you want to instill the wisdom to your struggling pitcher.
When you talk to coaches, whether it's a manager, a pitching coach, a head coach at the college level, and they say every mound visit is different. Like every guy has a different thing that motivates them, a different way to get them fired up or a different way to calm them down, which is mostly what a lot of the mound visits are.
Absolutely. Coach Ope this weekend had taken a lot of mound visits. He even made a couple of pitching changes himself, as opposed to usually see Stan Stolte go out and do it. So a lot of, you know, unorthodox type of decisions to go between your pitching coach, between your manager, to have that conversation.
First pitch out of the visit is a fastball off the chest of Berrigan for ball 1. Schaffner winds and deals here. Breaking ball just downstairs. Great pitch and a better watch by
Bends the knees and watches that one all the way into the glove.
It's Called an engaged take for sure. There again with a slap double the other way. Takes a breaking ball in the dirt for ball 3, and he's well ahead, 3 balls to a strike. Now in this spot, your main hitters count you here. 3-1, 2-0. You're looking for one pitch, one spot, typically a fastball.
That spot might expand just a little bit just with how potent UNLV's offense has been early on.
Garcia off second. Rosales off third. Here's a swing and a ground ball bouncing up the middle and through. That'll score both runs as Garcia and Rosales touch it up. A big turnaround first base for Drew Berrigan. And it's now 9-0 UNLV. Berrigan extends his team-high RBI total to 11. 12, beg your pardon. Can't short him a ribby.
The 3 and 4 batters in this lineup now. 3 runs batted in apiece and 2 plate appearances. You'll take that every single day of the week. And here comes Justin Dedman exiting. And this will be the lift of Ryan Schaffnet with a guy still responsible for, on first, 9 earned runs for the Bradley starter.
So Schaffnet out. It'll be Joey Sorelli, who had been warming up for the last inning or so, wearing number 50, jogging in. We'll step aside for the pitching change and be back from the Earl in just a moment. No outs, 4 runs across in the inning, and it's 9-0 UNLV. Back in a moment after the pitching change.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Coming out of the bullpen for Bradley, number 50, Joey Sorelli.
Right-hander Joey Sorelli, a 6'5", 230-pounder out of Louisiana Monroe. Ready to take the hill for the visiting Bradley Braves. 9-0 UNLV. First batter he'll face off against will be Nin Burns with Drew Berrigan on first and nobody out.
And this pitching change brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil. And Joey Sorelli, the 6'5", 225-pounder right-handed pitcher out of Concord, California, comes to Bradley from ULM, Louisiana Monroe, out of the Sun Belt. Pitched exactly 50 innings last year to a 7.38 ERA. 6 homers allowed, 41 earned runs as well.
First pitch to Nin Burns with Berrigan off of first base is outside. I know you know the mascot for UL Monroe.
The Warhawks.
There you go. I'm surprised it took you that long.
I paused for a second. It's always those, we talk. There's Red Hawks all over the place. There's just standard Hawks. You gotta be specific.
Grad, I know all the Sun Belts. I got a
underrated conference. The Sun Belt's a fun one.
Especially baseball. Coastal Carolina, one of the best teams in the country.
The Chants.
Burns takes a fastball. That one clips the outside for strike 1. Nin with the 5th consecutive extra base hit by the Rebels in the first inning. The streak snapped by Johnny Rodriguez, who grounded out to score him. Burns with a triple to cap off that streak. 1-1 out of the stretch from Sorelli. It's low. 2 balls and 1 strike. California native. Played 2 years of junior college ball. The college is San Mateo in his home state. Spent 3 years in Monroe, Louisiana with the Warhawks.
Relatively efficient pitcher, too. Keeps things in the zone. 38 strikeouts and 15 walks in those 50 innings a year ago.
Grad transfer, snaps a throw to first. Berrigan, who's yet to attempt a stolen base this year, back in head first and safely. Ryan Schaffnet, the starter, responsible for Berrigan on first, so his line's still partial. As Burns takes a fastball low for ball 3. So the partial line, at least for Ryan Schaffnet. 9 runs, all earned on 9 hits in an inning plus. Got 3 outs in succession following the Burns triple in the first, and that would be the only 3 that he would record in the outing. Burns takes high, and it's ball 4. First Rebel to take a walk today. Marcos Rosales was hit by a pitch, but Burns reaches for a second straight plate appearance. Berrigan moves up to second, and it sets up Johnny Rodriguez, who's 0 for 1 with an RBI groundout.
Rodriguez last night, a couple of deep gap shots that turned into doubles. I think everybody in this building held their breath in the 7th inning when he really tried to extend a double into a triple, but a perfectly executed Bradley replay. One thing really can point to successful has been some of the outfield play of Bradley's defenders.
Rodriguez watches away at 87 on the fastball. You know, every coach in America loves to see a well-executed relay at this time of year. I think at any time of the year, but especially in the early stages when you're still kind of working out some of the mechanical kinks.
Something to dork out about, too. The shortstop, Peyton Nelson, went perfect depth into the outfield and delivered a strike to the third baseman to record the
hits
out.
This one sky high in a shallow center field. Dropping back is the second baseman. The shortstop reside back there as well. Infield fly rule called, and it's out number 1 for Rodriguez. Infield fly rule with runners on first and second, or the bases loaded in less than 2 outs. Any play in the air deemed a routine play for an infielder. Batters out, runners advance at their own risk. Doesn't have to be in the infield, as we saw Rezai make that catch on the grass. Just ask any St. Louis Cardinal and Atlanta Braves fans about the infield fly rule back in the day.
Always seems to be controversial when you see it, you know, playoff time in Major League Baseball, or really any time where a questionable call is made and then the guy loses it in the clear blue sky, drops the ball. Everyone likes to freak out about that, but a good rule nonetheless. Good execution there by Adam Dowdy, the crew chief. Experienced blue out there at second base.
Cooper Sheff stings one into his own dugout for strike 1 on a foul ball. He flied out to shallow center back in the first inning, hitting for the second time in as many frames. Cirelli set checking second, turns to the plate and misses just inside on a running heater. Second baseman Miller keeping tabs on the base runner. In Burns, the trail runner, with no hold on from Martinez, the first baseman. Lebowski, the third baseman, off the line and just behind the base path. Sheff takes an elevated heater for strike 2. And that's a pitch that he normally jumps all over, but watches it, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It sure is, Matt. Both singles that I referenced from Coop on Friday night, they both came in high 80s fastballs, kind of dead center, but high. Really, those high hands that you can see right now, he gets them up there so well on pitches like that.
This one gets behind the catcher, Schumacher. Both runners are going to advance on a wild pitch. Berrigan to third, Burns to second. Schumacher dove off to his right side behind that left-handed batter's box. He got a glove on it, but that thing was well wild out of the hand of Cirelli.
Certainly some signals crossed as Schumacher kind of slid low and away, expecting that breaking ball on the outside, got the high and tight pitch.
So the count even at 2, with runners on second and third for Sheff. Here's the set and the pitch. Swing and a ground ball foul down the first base side. So there's that high fastball again. Cirelli not afraid to go back to it, and the fact that Sheff was a little late on that one, just kind of punching it to right, tells you he's expecting breaking ball and, as they say, reacting on a fastball.
Yeah, setting off speed, but he's a guy who's able to pick up that seeing eye single to the opposite side so well, so especially on something sub 90 like that, good to react to that fastball.
Here's a fastball down the middle, slapped into center field. That's down for a base hit. Here comes Berrigan to score. Burns gets the wave to the plate. He's in standing up. It's a 2 RBI base hit for Cooper Sheff. His hitting streak extends to 7 games, and it's 11-0 UNLV with 1 out in the bottom of the second inning.
RBIs number 5 and 6 for Cooper Sheff, the shortstop, and the hit parade continues 11-0, and we're still in the bottom of inning number 2.
That'll also close the book on the starter Schaffnet, who's charged for 10 of the 11 runs. on 9 hits in 1 inning. No walks, no strikeouts, 50 pitches, 33 for strikes for Schaffnet, who is on the way to a loss if the score holds. Gavin Taylor stands in and takes a slider, top of the zone, rung up for strike 1. Taylor, the 9th Rebel to come to bat in the second. They sent 8 men up to the plate in the first, scoring 5. They've scored 6 in 8 batters here in the second. 11 runs on 10 hits and 1 error for UNLV. Here's a swing and a drive down the left field line. On the move is River Lindsay, and it's foul. If there is any wind out here today, it is blowing in that direction. And it looked like Taylor just got around and hooked that breaking ball into the corner.
A little deceptive on the view here from the press box. Looked like that was going to be one of those low laser beams to creep over to the right side of the foul pole. But good to see Taylor, who has a guy with limited batting action, just 4 at-bats, including his ground out to the third baseman in the first. But he's being selective. He's looking for his pitches and really trying to let things fly in the early part of his season.
Cirelli with a high set. And the pitch inside, a called ball, but on the check swing, they appeal to first and rung up by Greg Charles on strike 3.
A lot of the momentum from the lower half of Taylor's body seeming to carry his bat across the plate. Guy with those big legs, strong lower half, really full torque there and can't hold back. Swing and strikeout.
The Rebels ready to send their 10th man to the bat here in the bottom of the second inning. 11-0, the lead for the Hustlin' Rebels. Jaden Hurdle, who singled through the left side on the first pitch he saw back in the second, takes the first pitch. It's outside here in the second inning.
Third inning, Matt, in as many games this weekend in which the Rebels have batted around. The marathon bottom of the 7th on Friday. Called a double marathon last night in the bottom of the 8th. 15 and 13 men heading to the plate respectively.
Hurdle takes down. Cirelli misses on ball 2. Looking down the left field line, you see a lot more bodies in the bullpen for the roadside, but nobody throwing. But do see some guys up, sweatshirts off, and stretching out here in the second inning. Joey Cirelli set on 2-0. Here's the kick and the pitch to Hurdle. At the knees, a fastball rung up for strike 1 at 88. Good comeback pitch from Cirelli there on 2-0. But for Hurdle, who is a shorter player, that's typically one that he goes down and gets at the kneecaps.
I think in the 2-0 count, expecting that pitch to miss, as a lot of 2-0 pitches have today.
Throw to first, not in time. Chef back in head first and safely. You know, you respect the effort, want to keep the runners at bay. But in a game that's already 11-0 and UNLV with just 7 stolen bases in 6 games, you would assume they're going station to station at this point, more or less.
Yeah, especially with some quicker approaches as we see Hurdle rip one right up the middle. His first hit of the day, second base hit of the day, pardon me.
Yeah, line drive screamer back where it came. So after a ground ball past the third baseman in the second, Hurdle with his second hit of the second inning. And that one a missile right back where it came from up the middle. And Chef moves up to second base. 2 on, 2 down for the top of the lineup as Reggie Bussey has more at-bats than we've had innings played.
Remarkable weekend thus far. Double-digit runs in each of the 3 contests for the Hustlin' Rebels, and we're just getting things started here, Matt. 12:02, creeping up on the hour mark of this one.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I only said afternoon about 3 or 4 times when it was morning.
Now it's technically afternoon.
Reggie Bussey, it's a soft ground ball up the middle. Backhanded by the second baseman, Miller. No out at second. The throw to first is late. Here comes the runner to the plate. They got him. Cooper Chef trying to take advantage of the defense throwing it around, and he is gunned down at the plate. 3-2 on the putout of Chef. It'll go as a fielder's choice for Bussey, but the Rebels will take it however they can get it as they continue to unload here in the second inning. They score 6 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits with no errors and 2 runners left on base. We played 2 innings, and the Rebels all over the Bradley Braves, 11-0.
Fans, scan the QR code on the video board to support the Hustlin' Rebels with a gift today. A donation to baseball directly strengthens the student-athlete experience. Your generosity fuels their drive to compete at the highest level while succeeding in the classroom. Join us in empowering the Hustlin' Rebels this season.
Top of the lineup to start off the top of the third for Bradley. UNLV opening up an 11-0 lead after 2 innings. So far, so good for Felix Ong. He's also had some long layoffs in each of the 2 times he's gone to the bench since this one started. Sohrab Rezai, right-hand batting shortstop. First pitch swinging, hits a chopper to second. Grabbed on 3 outs by Marcos Rosales. A quick snap throw with the sidearm motion to first, barely in time ahead of the hustling Rezai. And that's 3 leadoff batters retired for Felix Ong, and even better for him to do it on the first pitch after another rally offensively.
Yeah, the Ks are really nice and glamorous and all that. You want to obviously rack up as many as possible, but especially, like you said, a long layoff, you're trying to get back in your rhythm. A first pitch ground out like that can really help you start to see your command get better and really find your rhythm on the bump.
A.J. Garcia takes away. Left-hand batting center fielder ahead, 1 ball, no strikes. So strikeout victim back in the first inning. 5 of the 7 outs recorded so far by Felix Ong have been via the K. The Florida native deals the 1-0, and it's popped straight back, and the count goes even.
A.J. Garcia, the former Michigan man, former Wolverines outfielder playing in the Big Ten. Had one of the more picturesque home runs you've ever seen in this ballpark. One of the really only blemish for Yates Bland, the Rebel pitcher who picked up the win on Friday night.
Swinging a chop ball, yanked down the first base side foul.
But Matt, I tell you, this ball, I mean, Garcia just absolutely pured it. The one mistake pitch from Bland, it was 88 over the center of the plate, and Garcia wore that over that second tree in right center field.
Wow. And then what did he do in the next at bat?
Sacrifice bunt.
Just as you would expect, right?
Versatile type of player, but fitting the Bradley MO of small ball, moving base runners.
He watches high here to even the count at 2-2. Appreciate you helping out the last couple of days on the road with the running Rebels. UNLV took down Air Force behind 57 second-half points yesterday. Back at it here in the afternoon. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul ball straight back. And he'll be on the call solo Tuesday, and we'll have
Alon will be here Wednesday. I'll be here on Tuesday. Good 2-game set against the Broncos of Western Michigan.
Defending national hockey champion, Western Michigan Broncos. There's another 2-2 on the way from Felix Ong. That's in the dirt, picked out on a short hop by Gavin Taylor. So here's a really critical junction if you're Felix Ong. So far, 5 strikeouts, 1 hit batsman, and 1 walk. And if you want to get this one going and continue that momentum, you need strike 3 here.
Limiting the variability, big for Ong's mental, big for his consistency this season.
Payoff pitch is high as he issues his second walk and his 3rd free pass. Well, it does put a base runner on. It sets up a double play in the middle infield for Anthony Martinez, who took the only other walk issued by the starter.
Martinez, a guy not afraid to take a pitch. Be shocked to see him take the bat off his shoulder within the first 2 or 3 offerings from Ong. With the command a little bit shaky, advancing into the 3rd frame.
Johnny Rodriguez holding on A.J. Garcia, who swiped 3 bases in 3 attempts this year. Good size lead here for the outfielder. Ong out of the stretch, checking first, throws to the dish. First pitch in there for a strike at 86. The cutter steals strike 1 on Martinez.
Martinez hasn't offered at anything at the knees or below this week, so excellent location from Felix.
Shortstop Cooper Chef shaded away from the bag at second with the right-hander in the box. Ong on the way with the 0-1. There goes the runner. The pitch, a check swing call for a strike. The throw on a bounce, not in time as Rosales slaps the tag on Garcia just late. Give him his 4th stolen base in 4 opportunities. And it puts a runner in scoring position for just the 3rd time today. It was a called strike, so it's quickly 0-2 to Martinez. I think the Bradley bench asking if it was a called strike or if it was on the check swing. Home plate umpire Alex Nash says yes, that was a called strike on a fastball. 0-2 the count as Ong takes the sign from Gavin Taylor. Right-hander stands tall in the set with the hands together. Here's the kick and the 0-2. High and a bit outside.
Textbook situation to throw that slider there for Ong. Really trying to find the location on the outside to get batters chasing. Martinez, the #1 candidate in this lineup to not chase that outside pitch. Elite discipline.
11-0 UNLV with 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning. Ong's 1-2. Fouled straight back by Martinez. There's a swing on a pitch that looked like it was going to tumble through the top of that strike zone.
Still waiting for that power fastball. I think Martinez was as well. Not the most command or control from Ong with the fastball, but can get up to 96, 97 when he's really reaching back. Hasn't gotten there yet this year.
Gonzalez makes a break for the bag. The pickoff throw, not in time. Garcia able to get back in there head first and safely. Felix Ong with 11 runs of support. Back out there for a third inning of work. And here comes another 1-2 delivery. Runner breaks for third. The pitch is high. Throw to third is high. Sliding underneath the tag is Garcia, as Berrigan had to leap for that Gavin Taylor throw. So a Ricky Henderson triple. A walk followed by a swipe of second and third. And Garcia had 3 stolen bases coming into today. He's got 2 in this trip around the bases alone.
And extremely ambitious to take off the pitch after the pickoff move to second base, but Garcia has shown an adept ability to get the perfect jump off the big righty.
Martinez choked up on the bat as Felix Ong brings home the 2-2, and it's punched foul on the right field line and out of play. And typically, it's not the worst pitch to break on, the first one after a pickoff, especially at second. It is just that much harder for a pitcher to turn and throw to second, and you assume he's not going to do it twice. First base is a whole different bang of a can of worms, I should say. 2-2 fastball just off the outside at 92. Ong can't believe it. He lifts the brim of his cap, wipes some sweat from the brow as if to say, oh man, to the home plate umpire Alex Nash. That'll load up the count. 3 balls and 2 strikes with a runner on third and 1 out. Ong out of the full windup with the 3-2 payoff pitch. Breaking ball, fouled straight back on a tomahawk chop by Martinez. That was as desperate as a desperation swing can get.
Really well done by Ong to locate that. Again, it looks like it's coming in at your front shoulder, then just cuts in to the zone.
Another 3-2. And that one in the dirt. It gets by the catcher Taylor, and a wild pitch on ball 4 is going to score A.J. Garcia and put the Bradley Braves on the board. So Martinez with 2 walks in 2 plate appearances watches Garcia, who walked in front of him, score. And now for Ong, you got plenty of support. It's more about personal pride and trying to last 5 innings here. As Jeff Opalewski, the pitching coach, is going to go out and have a word. This is about where it started to go off the rails for Felix Ong in his only other outing of the year. He was able to labor through 4 1/3 innings against Austin Peay, but he walked 6 and hit a batter. So far today, he's walked 3 and also hit a batter.
And a guy like Ong typically can struggle with the command. We've seen it in his early college career, but I would certainly assume some of the wisdom from Coach Ope here is calm this down. You have to take the emotional aspect out of it, right? That's one of the most easier said than done things possibly in life and in sports, but it's just taking the emotion out of it. What have we been working on all year? Like what Coach Ope said to me in BP yesterday, bring it back to the zeros and the ones, the data points, the what have we talked about in scouting, and how are we able to just execute at the same exact level, at the same exact data point all season long.
Coach Ope back to the first base dugout. First mound visit used by UNLV. A lot of times, too, especially against the middle lineup hitter like Hayden Miller, who's due in next, sometimes it's like, hey, did you forget the scouting report? Here's what we're looking for against Miller.
Miller, a tough matchup as well. One of the old school type of players, all-around guy. He's got pop, homered on Friday night. Great shortstop defensively as well.
Ong back out of the stretch. Deals a first pitch breaking ball that misses high.
Miller also back to the batting gloves. No batting gloves yesterday. Going with the old school approach, but has the 2 white gloves on today.
Third baseman Berrigan creeps in front of the bag. Toes on the infield grass as Rodriguez holds on at first across from him. And a fastball lined over Chef's head at short and into left field for a base hit. Coming in quickly to pick it off is Jaden Hurdle on just the 2nd hit of the game for Bradley. But with a run across already in the inning, that's their 3rd consecutive base runner to reach. Martinez matriculates up to second base. 2 on and 1 down for Jack Holobuski. Ong trying to spin up a ground ball double play here.
Holubowski struck out to end the first inning. Ong, a beautiful breaking ball, that slider that's really coming into its own today.
After 5 strikeouts in the first 2 innings, none yet for Ong here in the 3rd. First pitch to the third baseman inside, and the cutter runs off the inner 3rd for ball 1. That was the same pitch he hit Miller on in the first. Nobody moving around yet in the Rebel bullpen. Let's pitch for Ong. Will be number 55 in the game. Here it is. It's a breaking ball. It's crushed deep in the air down the left field line, but foul. There's another arm getting loose in the bullpen currently for the Braves, and it barely cleared his head on top of the batting cages. All that amounts to is a long, loud strike one for Holobuski. And Ong, out of the stretch, tries to limit the damage to one here in the third. He sets checking second. Turns to the plate and deals. Holobuski, it's a soft liner to short. Cooper Sheff leaps and makes the catch in shallow left center field for out number 2. Looked for a moment like he was struggling with the sun that's right above us now. Just about high noon. Used the sunglasses and backed up, caught it over the left shoulder with nary a leap.
Makes you wonder if Sheff was a football player growing up. Kind of that cornerback footwork, the back up, the shoulder turn, then flipping to the other side. Those hips really good mechanically there to make sure he stays with that one, doesn't let it fall over his head.
So with 2 outs and 2 on, the Rebels on top 11-1 here in the third. That'll bring up Michael Quick, who struck out to begin the second. First pitch high from Ong at 91. Starts out the at-bat, 1 ball, no strikes. Quick, the designated hitter this afternoon, batting out of the 6th spot. Again, one of 5 separate strikeout victims for Ong. He's yet to fan anybody twice.
Quick 3 for 4 on Friday and 2 for 5 last night.
Multiple hits in each game so far. Meanwhile, a throw back to second, and they got him! Martinez dead to rights, caught napping off of second base. A 1-6 putout retires the side in the third. Bradley on the board for the first time. They played 1 run on 1 hit. They leave 1 man on, and after 2.5 innings, we may have a challenge here. Second base umpire and the crew chief, Adam Dowdy, rung him up casually, looked to say, yep, he got him.
Yep, bringing him back out. That's always the most fun part, is the organizational aspect. It's like a college basketball game and you storm the floor with 0.1 second on the clock. It's everyone's in the dugout and it's guys come back out. And it is time to initiate a challenge.
Here I am filling out my scorebook, getting ready to toss to break and hold the phone.
Oh, I was doing the same. Nice. Hey, very nicely done there. Holding the phone as they now go out. The new protocol, umpires getting the cell phone to view the video footage here. And Matt, what did you see there? A really smart pickoff move. Rosales kind of tiptoeing up to make the play at second and on with a beautiful throw.
Oh, and the shortstop, was it Sheff or Rosales?
I believe it was Sheff, actually, yes.
Sheff, either way, as a middle infielder, you're going to want to be behind the base. You know, first base, you're standing on the bat. They know you're going to at least hold them on. At second base, the key is, as you had said, quiet feet, but you start from depth and you work your way into where you catch it on the move and you just slap the tag down on the base, let the runner tag himself out.
And it was the perfect timing, too, because as that creep turned into a run from Sheff towards the bag, you saw that little hop step to extend the lead from Martinez, and just physically, physically speaking, he makes the jump. It's so much harder to turn those hips, turn those knees back towards the bag, creates a split-second delay, leading to that gap between your hand and the base.
So the crew chief on the phone, Adam Dowdy, communication with the replay review center. Parts unknown, taking a look at this one. As it currently stands, Martinez picked off at second base, and the ruling on the field is a pickoff. That is important to note. That'll be 100% indisputable video evidence to overturn the call on the field. And ball beat him there. It's a matter of if the tag was there.
Yeah, to the naked eye, obviously.
He was out by a line.
Totally. Adam Dowdy's the crew chief. He's out there. He's been doing this a long time, and he had the best view, but also hard to tell sometimes when you're standing so close to the bag, over top of it. Maybe a different angle thought from Justin Redmond, seeing it from the straight-on angle from the dugout. Regardless, using a challenge here in a 10-run game, wanting to keep your inning alive and keep your runners in scoring position when that's been at a premium all weekend long.
All right, here we go. Crew chief Adam Dowdy ready to make the call, and he's out. Call stands, and we've played 2.5 innings. On to the bottom of the third we go. It's UNLV 11, Bradley 1.
number 6, Marcos Rosales.
On to the bottom of the third inning. All UNLV in the early stages. 11-1 the lead for the Hustlin' Rebels. And as the 2, 3, and 4 spots get ready to go up against Joey Sorelli. First man out of the bullpen still out there after getting all 3 outs in the second inning. It'll be Marcos Rosales, Aiden Garcia, and Drew Berrigan. First 3 to get it going against Sorelli in the third. Some defensive changes for Bradley that we'll keep you updated on here in just a moment. First pitch to Rosales. Fastball low from Sorelli, and it's ball 1.
Yeah, just a straight change swap at the shortstop. It's grad student Andre Vidal coming in to replace Sorab Brazai. He'll reside in the leadoff spot for the rest of this one.
Vidal, the grad transfer, watches as that fastball's in there for a strike to Rosales. Looks like Hayden Miller still out there at second. Just taking a look at the shortstop Vidal, he's already got dirt on the jersey, so he must have been in there when Razai's spot came up the second time. The check swing. Yes, he did, and Rosales behind 1 and 2. Looks like, at least for now, potentially the only defensive change.
Yeah, Vidal came in last night as a pinch hitter in the 9th, was hit by a pitch and would trot around the diamond to score.
So Rosales takes high. We'll go ahead and pencil Vidal into Razai's leadoff spot in the lineup as well. 2 and 2 to Rosales, who's doubled home a run and been hit by a pitch, scoring twice so far. He swings here, stays alive, and fouls one off of his front foot. That'll trickle down the third base side. There have only been 2 Rebels to not reach base so far, Johnny Rodriguez and Gavin Taylor. Rodriguez with an RBI on a ground out in one of his 2 times put out. So really only Gavin Taylor has yet to make an impact in this game.
And Matt, the 8-hole continues to be that spot where they really are struggling to pick up a hit. Both nights, Friday and Saturday, the 8-hitter, the only man in the Rebel lineup to not reach via the hit. Hurdle on Friday and Talixon last night.
Count goes full at 3 and 2 after a Sorelli miss. A little wide and deal on the payoff delivery. Swing and a pop fly out of play on the first base side, extends the at-bat. The Rebels trying to move to 5 and 2 to start the young season. They split a 4-game set against visiting Austin Peay last weekend. Really had a chance to sweep that series.
Solid team out of the Atlantic Sun, the Governors of Austin Peay.
Another 3-2. This one popped to second. Miller's got it 2 steps to his left. And one second baseman pops out to another to begin the third. First leadoff man retired out of 3 by Bradley pitching today. Shafnet gave up 10 runs on 9 hits in an inning. Plus, Sorelli so far charged for just the 1 run. Opportunity now with the base is empty for Aiden Garcia. Left-hand batting designated hitter has doubled twice, driving home 3 and scoring 2 on his own. First pitch swinging, he'll pop one up out of play on the left field line this time. Hustlin' Rebels trying to continue their hot start to the year, and you'll see that a lot with West Coast-based college teams. Host a lot of home games and get a lot of action in late February, early March. That one outside, and the count goes square.
At the very least, too, it's such a good opportunity to get different looks, right? Talked about Jaden Hurdle, a typical infielder playing in left. That's a new look for them. You talk about Reggie Bussey getting back in the swing of things after picking up a knock on opening day here at the Earl. So all sorts of different variety to see a bunch of different arms and try a few different things out positionally.
Fastball high, 2 balls and a strike now to Garcia. Injury concerns also with an eye on Gunnar Myro. When will he be back? That'll also make a huge impact, not only defensively at multiple different positions, but in terms of the batting order. This guy can hit really anywhere.
Yeah, big part of the team last year, no matter if he was playing third or center field or designated hitter. Great at-bat regardless.
First year he's been at UNLV without his older brother, Paul Myro IV. Talked to Coach Stolte and said you couldn't get a judge to grant an injunction for Paulie. Come on, they got 8th-year seniors nowadays.
PM4, one of the great Rebels of the last handful of years.
Garcia snaps that one foul down the third base side, and the count goes full. Back-to-back full counts to begin the third. Sorelli entered this inning having thrown 21 pitches and getting all 3 outs in the second. Sorelli trying to keep it where it's at, 11-1 UNLV. The 3-2 pitch. Popped up third base side and out of play again. Last pitch at 83 from Sorelli. We've seen fastball, slider, and changeup from the grad transfer out of California.
Another long at-bat from Garcia, something he's so good at, extending the pitch count, making the pitcher really earn it.
Drew Berrigan in the on-deck circle as the 3-2 pitch popped up third base way again. Third baseman Holubowski using his glove to shield his eyes, and that'll find the third row of seats behind the visiting dugout. And the Rebels have not only put balls in play all game long so far, but have worked long at bats, as you had mentioned. Schaffnet needed 50 pitches before he was pulled after an inning plus. For what it's worth, Felix Ong has thrown 57 in 3 innings complete.
Sorelli already above the 30 mark, nearing the mid-30s with just 4 outs recorded.
Let's try that one again after 2 foul balls, a third 3-2 payoff pitch. And another foul ball out of play. There's another fastball. I think the game plan's pretty evident here for Garcia. He's going to fight off any fastball he sees and try to pull something soft.
I wonder what the higher total at the end of this contest will be. Planes flown over Earl E. Wilson or Aiden Garcia foul balls?
Feels like we're at Citi Field in New York sometimes. Garcia fouls this one, but he gets it straight back this time. So no souvenir for the fans.
I should start keeping a tally for Aiden. He really just loves to battle.
He steps back in from the left side. Sorelli takes the sign on the arm sleeve. And he stands back on the mound right in the center of the rubber. The 10th pitch of the at-bat on the way. The 3-2. Hit down the left field line. That's in the air and drifting foul into the visiting bullpen. Relief bodies scurrying around to try to grab that pearl. They'll get it back into play. Nobody throwing down there as of yet. But let's say the bullpen bodies are down there ready to go.
Sorelli locating well. I think they'll like to stretch him out as much as possible.
3-2 fastball grounded right side and through past the diving first baseman on a backhand. Aiden Garcia with 3 hits in 3 at-bats. That's the first one that doesn't drive in a run. But with 1 out and 1 on, he sets up for Drew Berrigan, who's also 2 for 2.
You want to talk about earning your 90-foot trot to first base. 12 pitches in that at-bat for Aiden Garcia. Does what he does best. His tally now up to 3 hits, 3 at-bats.
He had 5 hits in his first 17 at-bats. So that average taking a massive spike for Garcia. And it sets up Berrigan as mentioned. Berrigan picks the bat up off the right shoulder as Sorelli's first pitch in there for a strike at 84. So for Aiden Garcia, that batting average taking a massive spike. Next time through the lineup, we'll have the updated lineup, or the updated numbers rather. The Rebels 13 of 19 as a team today. The foul ball straight back for strike 2.
10 of those hits, Matt, coming with runners on base, just continuing that station-to-station aspect that they've kind of had with walks and hit by pitches and singles throughout the weekend until the first 2 frames this afternoon where things really got out of hand for the Braves pitching staff.
Sorelli looking for out number 2. And the pitch way outside. Won't get an out on that one. Berrigan in the first. Doubled home Aiden Garcia, who doubled in front of him. He then singled home both Rosales and Garcia in the second. Third AB in 3 innings. And Sorelli with the ball dangling in his hand. Brings them together in the set. He kicks and fires on 1 and 2. Check that, a throw to first base. And back in there standing is Garcia, who's yet to attempt a stolen base on the year.
And with a 10-run lead, hard to imagine too much of an aggressive approach from the Rebel base runners at first base. Garcia not a, the first guy you think of on this team as a speed threat.
Rebels don't run that much as a team. This one fisted in the air to the left side. Leaping is Andre Vidal. And the shortstop makes a backhand grab for out number 2. Garcia able to retreat back to first base. Tell you what, I feel that one up here. That one stings. He literally got that off the thumbs and popped it up. Couldn't clear the infielders' heads. And 2 infield pop flies sent up in Burns with 2 outs and a runner on.
It's the type of contact if you were swinging a tree trunk and making contact with that. Just a soft thud. Really feel that on the hands and the wrists.
11-1. The Rebels on top by 10 here in the home half of the third. And Burns trying to stretch that advantage. Here's Garcia with a short lead off first. Here's Sorelli with the first offering. And it's down. Good block there by Schumacher, the catcher. Burns tripled in the first inning. It was walked, advanced to second on a wild pitch, and brought around and in on a Cooper Chef base hit in the second. Cooper Chef 2 RBI base hit, the most recent runs batted in for UNLV. Burns watches low. He's got himself in a pretty advantageous 2-ball, no-strike hitters count here.
Burns with the hands set up low when he gets in that stance. A big looping swing, reminds me kind of a right-handed Eric Thames with his frame, with his stature, and with how low those hands are, right below that right shoulder.
Eric Thames, the original Masked Singer, as Burns pummels this one on a chopper, fouled on the third baseline.
Superstar in overseas baseball and MVP. Just stellar type of human being, too. Heard all sorts of good things about Eric.
Yeah, he was a wonder in the KBO, the Korean Baseball Organization, and a Las Vegas native. Lives down in Anthem, played a year for the Las Vegas Aviators, AAA affiliate for the Oakland A's, or the A's. Swear jar, put it in there.
Good catch.
They were Oakland back then. Good chime in. There's a fastball rung up for strike 2. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Resident athletics fan over there, our PA, Luc De La Saujoule. So glad to have him back with us today.
Michael Palmer in as well. He knows he loves the name drop. 2-2 the count, and in Burns, the number 5 batter, staring down Sorelli. And the pitch inside. He's able to check the swing. And the count goes full with 2 down. That'll give Garcia the benefit of breaking with this next offering.
Looked like Burns wanted to offer it that one. Wouldn't be surprised to see a healthy cut regardless of pitch location here.
Sorelli set. Rebels trying to stretch a 10-run lead. There goes the runner. The 3-2 pitch popped up foul. Straight back and out of play.
Certainly looking for that fastball from Sorelli, and that's what he got. Just a hair late on the high and away pitch.
Again, the Rebels, if nothing else today, have worked the pitch count of the 2 Bradley arms. Schaffnit needed 50 pitches before he was yanked in the second. Charged for 10 of the 11 runs. And Sorelli nearing 50 in terms of his pitches. Runner on the move again. The 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Just the second strikeout for Rebel batters today. And they strand a 1-out base hit on in the home half of the third. No runs on a hit. No errors and a man left. We go to the fourth. It's UNLV 11. Bradley 1.
Hey kids, it's our last day game of the series, which means you can run the bases after the ball game. Parents, be sure to pick up a waiver after the 7th inning. We'll have the waivers along the first base line. Be sure to sign them and turn them in so your kids can hustle around the bases.
Today's broadcast of UNLV Baseball is brought to you by America First, Nevada's premier credit union. Whatever financial goals you've got for yourself, your family, or your business, America First can help get your money working. So head to AmericaFirst.com and join the home team today. Felix Ong back out for the top of the fourth. He'll face off against the designated hitter Michael Quick to lead things off. And on the play-by-play, here's Drew.
Thank you kindly, Matt. Felix Ong looks to get started with his 4th inning of work here in front of the home crowd today. 5 strikeouts and 3 walks thus far for the big right-hander. First pitch is on the way to Michael Quick, the designated hitter, and he takes ball 1 high. Michael Quick struck out swinging to lead off the 2nd inning. It's been highly effective this week relative to the Bradley Braves' offensive success. Out of the windup, Ong, the glove over his head, the throw, tumbling breaking ball low and in for ball 2.
Quick, the senior out of Ontario, Canada, the former Saluki out of Southern Illinois, rear catcher outfield combo a la Dalton Varsho.
2-0 offering goes to the fastball, this time clocking at 93, but missing away. And Ong falls behind 3-0 to start things off in the 4th. Quick digs back in, likely taking all the way 3-0. And Ong misses up high, a 4-pitch lead-off walk. And the Bradley Braves are in business in the 4th.
And after walking just one batter in his first 2 innings of work, he's now walked 3 of the last 5. And you wonder how long he's going to be able to be stretched out. Coach Oak told us before the year that he's going to have a long leash. Guy that pitched just 3+ innings in his freshman year at Florida, all of them out of the bullpen in some low leverage spots, trying to build up that starter's durability in terms of the balls and strikes.
So it's the right fielder Landon Lowe, right-handed batter stepping in. First pitch, he's going to lean into it. He's plunked in that front shoulder. Command drifting here a little bit from Felix Ong, the Rebel starter. Has 2 free passes delivered, one via the base on balls, and the next one to Lowe, a hit by pitch.
So 16 total batters have come to the plate for Bradley so far. 5 of them have struck out. 6 have either been walked or hit by pitch.
Feast or famine.
So 11 out of 16, yeah, I'd say so.
2 on and nobody out here. River Lindsay, the left fielder, steps in. Minimal work so far at the plate this year. Struck out in his lone appearance in the 2nd. Squares around a bunt, pulls back as Ong misses with his 6th consecutive pitch to start the inning.
And one thing of note as well, out of the 9 outs he's recorded, only 1 of them on the ground. It was Sorab Rezai before he was pulled to lead off the 3rd.
Certainly a situation in which you want to induce a ground ball, force at 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. Here's the pitch out of the stretch from Ong. Chopped foul behind the plate from the Braves left fielder Lindsay.
And you'll find that a lot. You'll hear guys called ground ball pitchers, fly ball pitchers. A lot of times the strikeout artists are the ones that are the fly ball pitchers. Those are the guys that get knocked around for a lot of home runs at the major league level. You used to see Scherzer and Verlander every year lead the league in strikeouts and home runs allowed. Take the good with the bad.
Out of the stretch, Ong delivers, misses yet again, 2-1. The count, and Matt, hasn't been too many opportunities. You want to highlight and showcase just how good some of these Rebel defenders are, but all weekend long it's been, immense amount of strikeouts, 22 last night, a program record for the staff in a game, and similar numbers on Friday and Saturday. Here's the delivery. It's a push bunt for Lindsay to the 3rd base side. Over is Berrigan, scoops, throws across his body. Spectacular throw a la Adrian Beltre over there. Drew Berrigan, beautiful. 5-3 goes the put out on your scorecard, and potential for a challenge here. Greg Charles made the call over at first base, but not so sure is manager Justin Redmond. He puts the hands on the ears, the earmuffs, so to speak, and signaling a challenge for Bradley.
The umpires get together. They will go to the replay review here. The first base coach seemed sure that he was safe. Was a heck of a play, regardless of the outcome, by Drew Berrigan. And if you're a batter in that situation, runners on 2nd and 3rd, or 1st and 2nd rather, and nobody out, and you're told to bunt, your goal there is to put something hard down the 3rd base side. You want to do exactly that. You make the 3rd baseman make a decision one way or another, because sometimes you can get them guessing. And if that ball's not bunted as hard as it is, Berrigan may be caught in between because it was put down that line pretty hard by Lindsay. It was no decision for Berrigan. It was his ball or nobody's in that situation.
You're absolutely right. And River Lindsay, one of the many competent bunters all across this Bradley lineup, did his job, like you said, to a T, pushed it real hard, and that allowed Berrigan, who's running in about as fast as he can to make that tough play, throwing against the body. I mean, such a challenging play to go against your physical momentum. If this will stand as an out, wildly impressive play by Drew Berrigan.
Call on the field was out, and a naked eye gained speed, at least from our vantage point. Looked like he got him by about a half a step, but of course that's why we're in here behind the glass.
One of the, few reasons. I can only think of a couple. Johnny Rodriguez, too. Special type of talent defensively at first base. A long lunge, too. He presents a really long wingspan, really long stretchability, if you will.
If nothing else, pliability. You hear TP12 talk about that. His flexibility has been impressive regardless.
Always a Tom Brady plug with you Patriot fans.
That's vital.
Always.
That's Las Vegas Raiders part owner, Tom Brady.
True that. He's a Vegas man. Another lengthy review from the umpire and crew. As we've come to expect, it's difficult to get these correct, and you want to do your due diligence, get as many angles possible, especially with someone operating remotely.
And you've got some experience in a couple of different regards with this operation setup here at UNLV. And the phone, while it does look a little interesting, kind of does take some of the guesswork out of the technology from ballpark to ballpark.
It certainly does, and it's, you know, an ever-changing landscape of sports technology, especially at the collegiate level. Last year, we saw the DV Sport staff would actually come out. They'd have their tablets set up. DV Sport, if you don't know, the replay system used widely across high-level college athletics, basketball, baseball, and football, swimming and diving as well, kind of everything you can think of. DV Sport, the expert in that. But they had a tablet. Your typical setup is usually what you see. They'd park right under that canopy on the first base side, if you're familiar here with Earl E. Wilson Stadium.
And they get to hang out in the shade.
They do get, oh, of course, especially when it's April, May, and things start to get a little toasty. You wanna be covered, but those would be quicker. There'd be people on site actually making the call, and continued in this new system with just the cell phone and a remote operator. Must be tougher to get some of these angles, some of this communication going, and also could tell you maybe it's the closest play we've seen in a long time, and just have to do a lot of deliberation.
And I said it before in the opening weekend that while there is merit to getting the call correct, you'd like to have that in every situation, there is something to be said about getting it done in an expeditious manner.
Absolutely.
Trusting your gut to call the field.
And when you think about some of the, you know, logistical things that are happening in college baseball, it's a 10-run game in the fourth on a Sunday. As we have a result here, runner at first is out. The call will stand. So do in fact score that 5-3 in the scorebook. River Lindsay grounds out. Credit to Berrigan on a great play. Michael Quick advances to third, and Landon Lowe from first to second.
I had to double check with Sports Information Director Extraordinaire Michael Palmer. There has not been a challenge that has changed a call on the field yet this year here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Yeah, that's the third so far that I've seen this weekend. Missed the Austin Peay series, but a couple that stood as well. So it's Jackson Schumacher, the catcher for Bradley, steps in, and he'll check swing offer and foul tip. The first offering from Felix Ong. Schumacher lined out softly to the second baseman to end the second inning. Schumacher still with that 0-0 batting average, looking for hit number 1 on the 26 campaign. Ong out of the windup with 2 in scoring position. The pitch finds the corner of the zone, 92 on the fastball. That is strike 2 quickly to the Braves backstop. And that's exactly the feel you want if you're Felix Ong. Down and away to righty, fire that thing on the outer edge, painting corners like Michelangelo. 0-2, and before the windup is completed, home plate umpire Alex Nash grants time to Schumacher. Maybe some mind games going on and trying to take Ong out of the rhythm. We've seen the command really improve drastically when Ong is able to get in a groove, throw 5 or 6 pitches in a row with some rhythm. He resets out of the windup, glove above the head. Just a bit outside. Changes up on him, goes with the sweeper on the outside corner, and misses for ball 1 to Schumacher. The reason I chuckled a bit when you said Ong getting in any kind of rhythm is because he hasn't been in any kind of a rhythm. He's watched his offense go out and get 5 runs, then 6 runs, then get set down in 4 batters. 1-2 delivery on the way. This time paints the corner with the slider. Beautiful inside-out pitch. Fools Jackson Schumacher as he goes down looking for out number 2. 81 on the radar gun there. That thing hung up in the air for quite a while. And when Ong's at his best, as you mentioned earlier, he could dial that thing up into the mid-90s. Talk about a separation of velocity, 95 to 81 on that pitch. Huge strikeout for out number 2. So the lineup turns around for the second time. First at bat for Andre Vidal, the previous defensive replacement of Sorab Razai at shortstop. He'll foul the first pitch off. And for a Rebels pitching staff, so many of these big frames, 6'4", 6'5". That sweeper, such an asset. See it again this time from Ong, but misses low and away. But that pitch variability, saw it last night with Tate Foxen. The first pitch he threw him at 95 right down Broadway. Next pitch goes to a sweeper at 77, 18 miles per hour of difference. So hard to read out of the hand. 1-1 delivery. Ong misses wide again. Count runs 2-1 to Vidal. Vidal, a grad transfer out of Miami. Spent the last couple of years at Pacific. 5'11", 180 pounds. He's making just his second plate appearance of the year. Hit by a pitch and scored a run in the series against Bethune-Cookman last weekend. 2-1 pitch, swung on hard and missed. Can't catch up to the Felix fastball. Count even, 2-2. And if you're on, go right back to the well. He was unable to catch up to 92. See if you can ramp that thing high. Keep climbing that ladder with 2 strikes here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on and 2 out. Delivery from Ong misses up a bit high.
Doesn't quite get the location there, and the count runs full to Vidal.
So Ong and I were on the same page there. Now on 3-2, you got to throw whatever pitch you're most confident you're going to throw a strike with.
Ong sets, looks at third. Kicks, delivers the 3-2. Just misses with the slider. Went for that inside-out pitch again. In on the hands of Vidal, but misses the zone barely. And that's a 2-out walk to load the sacks for A.J. Garcia.
So Ong's worked himself into a jam. You know, he's got some kind of a leash here with a 10-run lead, and this coaching staff, I would imagine, wants to get him to that 5-inning minimum you need as a starter to qualify for a win, but he may struggle to get there. This next pitch on the way to Garcia is going to be his 77th of the game.
Garcia very adept at putting bat to ball. Takes the first pitch. It's a fastball in the dirt for ball one. Ong really would like to see that full 5-inning outing come to fruition. Last night, the first Rebel starter this year to go 5, Parker Dilloff, earned himself a win. Ong looking to repeat that same fate. 1-0 delivery. Garcia underneath it and fouls it behind us here in the press box.
Looking down the line and left, there is a southpaw warming up for Bradley in their bullpen. Joey Sorelli had 51 pitches in his 2 innings of work. The starter Schaffner went 50 and 1+.
All 3 runners, modest primary leads. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Ong goes upstairs, nods his head confidently at catcher Gavin Taylor, feeling it a little bit fired up here as he's ahead of Garcia 1-2.
And the lefty warming up, Eli Lehrman, wearing number 34 for the Braves.
Here's the set, the kick, swung on, driven through the right side, past a diving Johnny Rodriguez. 1 runner scores. 2 will now come across for the Braves. It's a 2-run single for A.J. Garcia, a clutch piece of 2-out hitting. And the gap is shrunk now. Score reading 11-3 in favor of the Rebels.
Yeah, good piece of hitting there. First 2-out hit of the day for the Braves on what's just their 3rd hit of the afternoon. 3 runs on 3 hits. And they've got some life as Garcia moved Vidal from 1st to 3rd on that play as well.
Yeah, quick scores, land in low scores, and now it's the first baseman, Anthony Martinez, who comes in, and he's looking to maybe not draw a base on balls this time. 5 consecutive appearances dating back to last night for the first baseman. Runner will take off, swung on and missed. The throw is not in time for Taylor, and that's a textbook 1st-3rd steal as Taylor's throw from second allows Vidal to come home and score. Essentially a free run gifted to the Braves.
Yeah, double steal makes it 11-4, and those are the type of plays that'll drive a coach mad here at the beginning of the season. Those are things you work on and things that you decide ahead of time. So the plan there was to have Taylor try to gun the runner Garcia down. Garcia now with his 3rd stolen base of the game.
It was a called strike. This offering up near the face of Anthony Martinez for a ball, count even at 1-1, and the speedy center fielder for Bradley, A.J. Garcia, has his 3rd stolen base of the afternoon.
6 steals total. He's doubled his output in 1 game.
Martinez steps back in, waggles the bat, and awaits the 1-1. Swings at this one. Trailing off into foul territory. Nin Burns watches it head into the balcony of the Anthony and Lindy Marnell, the 3rd UNLV baseball building. Count runs 1 and 2. Garcia standing on second. Strides off for his primary lead. Aggressive base runner has taken 3rd in the 3rd inning. Ong checks the runner. Out of the stretch, swung on. Fouled off again by Martinez. He stays alive.
Martinez a little bit late on the 80-mile-an-hour slider there, so Ong may be more willing to go back to the fastball, maybe try to ride that thing high again here on a 1-2 pitch.
Some of these right-handers in the Rebels pitching staff are so good at elevating that fastball, finding it at the letters. If you can pair that with 95, 96 on the velocity, impossible to hit. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, chopped to the left side, goes right underneath the glove of Berrigan. That's an error as A.J. Garcia rounds 3rd and is into home, standing up. The 5th run for Bradley in the 4th of this inning off of Felix Ong.
And that one will not go as a run batted in by Martinez because of the miscue defensively by Berrigan. He tried to get it on a short hop. Only problem was that he overran it, and it got underneath his arm. Really no chance there on a ball that just kind of leaves you looking foolish. You turn in the outfield, say, where did I miss that thing?
So now with the inning extended on the run-scoring error, it's Hayden Miller out of the cleanup spot. Miller 1 for 1, a single in the third, and he was hit by pitch in the first. Ong's first delivery runs high for ball one.
Last one, his 86th pitch of the game. He's thrown 47 strikes. Yeah, I know the goal is to get him through 5. Looks at this point like the 4th will likely be his last frame because of the pitch count.
1-0. Before the 1-0, it's a pickoff attempt from Ong over to first. Martinez dives back in safely.
You don't see many pitchers at the college level, or at the pro level for that matter, get to or even approach triple digits in terms of the pitch count, but especially not someone like Felix Ong, a true sophomore, first time in the starting rotation at this level. Some guys can earn that.
Deep breath, the 1-0 pitches. That slider in for a strike, taken by Miller.
We've seen Carson Lane as a guy that's certainly earned the right to go deeper into games. Every staff typically has that one Friday night starter that they trust with everything.
I believe 4 or 5 outings last year. Carson threw between 100 and 109 pitches. Workhorse for this staff as Ong finds another off-speed pitch on the inside corner. Gets the call, and the count is 1-2.
Well, it looked like it was going to be Soigné on Friday night for Bradley, but then the wheels just kind of fell off as soon as they went to the bullpen in that game.
Yeah, no hit through 3, 8 Ks through the first time of the Rebels' order, and another pickoff from Ong, keeping Martinez over at first honest. Hayden Miller chokes up a bit on the bat. One of the big power threats for Bradley, leads the team with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs, second now to A.J. Garcia. Here's the 1-2 from Ong. Handcuffs him there. Yet again, that slider goes right in on the hands and would have been a strike. Miller no choice but to hack and try to fight that thing off.
Yeah, I don't know if you could have a more defensive swing than that one. The goal there was not to put something in play. The goal there was to foul it off and stay alive.
That was a survival swing. Ong gets the sign. 1-2 pitch. Misses low and in, goes back to the fastball this time. Count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes here with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. 4 Bradley Braves have come around to score on Felix Ong here in the 4th. 2-2 pitch, gets the signal, awaits. Kicks, delivers. Swung on and missed. Fools him, pulls the string with the slider, and ends things with his second K of the 4th inning. 4 runs will be plated for Bradley. 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left on. Halfway through the 4th frame, Bradley chips away, but UNLV leads it 11-5 here from the Earl.
Hustling Rebel fans, come back to Earl E. Stadium on Tuesday, February 24th, as your Hustling Rebels take on the Western Michigan Broncos. First pitch is at 6:05. For tickets, go to UNLVtickets.com or call 702-739-FANS. That's 702.
UNLV Hustling Rebel Baseball is brought to you by Sierra Air Conditioning and Plumbing. They make quality service their top priority and were voted best air conditioning company in Las Vegas. Their highly trained technicians will make sure the job is done right the first time. Sierra is here to help you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call Sierra Air Conditioning and Plumbing today for service that soars above the rest. Heading into the bottom of the 4th inning on a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Las Vegas. Partly cloudy, beautiful day as UNLV leads over the Bradley Braves 11-5. Braves, massive offensive inning in the top of the 4th. 4 runs off of UNLV starter Felix Ong, and Joey Sorelli for Bradley will continue his relief outing as he delivers a ball in the dirt to Rebel first baseman Johnny Rodriguez. Rodriguez 0 for 2 so far today. A run-scoring ground out to the first baseman in the first inning and a pop-up to the shortstop his last time up. He'll take an off-speed pitch from Joey Sorelli outside, and Rodriguez is ahead 2-0 in the count. Sorelli, 53 pitches now, and 2+ innings of work as this one's buried in the dirt. Jackson Schumacher, the backstop, not able to contain that one. And quickly it's 3-0 to Johnny Rodriguez. We'll see how short the leash is for Joey Sorelli, the grad student, standing at 6'5", and might be shorter than we think. Justin Redmond, the manager, quickly paces his way out to have a conversation with the pitcher, and he waves the infield off. Catcher not even coming out as well to have the conversation. This is strictly a one-on-one convo between Redmond and Sorelli. 2 arms warming up in the bullpen. One of them, Eli Lehrman, the lefty. Robert Sanford, a right-handed junior from Carrollton, Texas, saunters his way out to the first base side bullpen, potentially as the counteracting right-hander to warm up for Bradley. But ready to resume the 3-0 pitch. Sorelli dials up a strike down Broadway. Rodriguez, selective hitter, awaits the 3-1. Here's the kick from Sorelli, missing well away. And Rodriguez aboard first with a free pass.
Stepping to the plate, number 22, Cooper Chef.
So Rodriguez trots the 90 feet down to the first base bag. He is aboard, and he'll be on for Cooper Chef, the shortstop. Coop is 1 for 2 today at a 2-run single, worked a deep count in the second inning, was able to find that nice seeing eye single up the middle. First pitch from Sorelli pulls the string on the off speed, and that finds the zone for strike number 1. Cooper digs back in. Extra shuffle or 2 from Rodriguez over at first. Sorelli out of the stretch, misses inside. Cooper raises those hands high to get out of the way. Takes ball 1. Rebels with runners on have had 15 opportunities today, 10 for 15, a 667 clip. Impressive clutch hitting with runners on base. The 1-1 from Sorelli misses low and away, blocked by Schumacher. Chef in a 2-1 hitters count. Chef, one of the consistent options both offensively and defensively the last couple of years for Stan Stolte. 2-1 missing inside on the hands of Chef. Typically near the top of the order, bounced kind of all around the order in different spots, settled into that 5-hole for a large portion of last year, and excellent defense at third base, now shifting over to shortstop. 3-1 on the way from Sorelli. Big swing and a miss from Cooper Chef. Changes up on him there, and the count runs full. Johnny Rodriguez, sneaky speed over at first base. Nobody out still. However, the count is full. Payoff pitch from Sorelli. Chef swings and misses. It's a big-time pitch from Joey Sorelli. He eclipses the 60 pitch mark in this relief appearance and is going to pick up his 3rd K of Rebel batters. 1 out now, and it's the catcher, Gavin Taylor. Taylor 0 for 2. Ended the first inning for the Rebel half. First pitch he saw ripped a grounder to the third baseman, grounded out, and then struck out in inning number 2. Rodriguez hops around at first base as the first pitch is taken inside for ball 1. Taylor steps out, readjusts the batting gloves, tips the batting helmet, and is back in as he awaits 1-0. Wind starting to blow. You can see it on the jersey of the pitcher, Sorelli, and he will plunk Gavin Taylor. Off-speed pitch kind of tailed a bit inside. Gavin Taylor not quite crowding the plate, but finds that front elbow anyways, and he'll be aboard first base, 2 on with 1 out.
And obviously not thrilled. Nobody wants to get hit by a pitch. But you could almost see the annoyance on the face of Taylor as he nonchalantly flipped the bat towards his own dugout, as if to say, oh, come on, man, I want him to hit. He does reach for the first time today. And with him and Rodriguez both on here in the fourth inning, now every batter in the Rebel lineup has reached base.
So with 2 on, manager Justin Redmond comes out and having a word with the umpire, likely a couple of substitutions to boot.
Yeah, I see Eli Lehrman in the bullpen on the left field line. Look like he's starting to work to the fence, and yeah, the umpire will point to the left field bullpen. Second mound visit of the inning means that they got to go ahead and pull Sorelli.
Another pitcher, Robert Sanford, stepped out and started taking some warm-up throws as well. We'll see who this reliever will be for Bradley.
Yeah, that is the lefty Lehrman wearing 34.
So a pitching change on the way. 1 out here in the bottom of the fourth. 2 guys on base. And it's Eli Lehrman, the senior. He's a lefty standing 6'2", 210 from Anamosa, Iowa. The transfer coming in from Des Moines Area Community College. That does it for Joey Sorelli. 2 1/3 with 4 hits. Ledger can't be closed on him yet with 2 guys on base that he's responsible for. Joey Sorelli. When we come back, Eli Lehrman taking the bump for Bradley. 1 out, 2 on here in the bottom of the fourth from Las Vegas. UNLV remains in the lead 11-5. Back in action here after a pitching change. UNLV leads Bradley 11-5 here in the bottom of the fourth. 2 runners on as Joey Sorelli was lifted for Eli Lehrman.
Valvoline instant oil change, pitching change. And it sees Eli Lehrman take them out. He's a senior in his second year at Bradley. Making his second appearance of the campaign. Gave up 7 runs on 3 hits and 4 walks over 2 innings in a game against Bethune-Cookman last weekend. So he'll try to up those stats against Jaden Hurdle here.
Hurdle steps in. The left-hand batter's box. 2 singles for Hurdle so far today. He'll take strike 1.
Lehrman last year, 1-3 record, 8.12 ERA in 21 appearances, including 3 spot starts in 44 1/3 innings. The lefty struck out 39 but walked 25.
Check swing. Catcher wanted an appeal. Didn't need one as Alex Nash rings him up. And swinging strike for Jaden Hurdle, the left fielder. He's facing an 0-2 count now. Lehrman effective in his first 2 pitches. He checks on Rodriguez over at second. Kicks and delivers. Missing low and in on that fastball. Count 1-2.
Biggest issue for Lehrman in his college career has not only been the walks, nearly 30 in under 50 innings, but opponent batting average against. Surrendered a .313 average against last year in 44 1/3 innings. That's a good enough sample size to where that number actually matters.
1-2 delivery. Missing low and in again. Both runners, extra couple of shuffle steps, think about taking off, but catcher Jackson Schumacher keeps it in front of him. Count 2-2 to Jaden Hurdle.
Lehrman, a soft tossing lefty that spent 2 years at Des Moines Area Community College. 5th place team in the 2024 JUCO World Series. So played some pretty high level JUCO ball before coming to Bradley.
In a higher leverage situation here as The gap 6 runs now measurable for Bradley. Delivers the 2-2, swung on and missed. Strikes out Jaden Hurdle, the first batter he faces. Beautifully executed curveball right there. Hurdle swings right over top of it.
Big bender that faded under the bat of Hurdle. Lehrman, the soft tossing southpaw, one pitch away from getting out of this 2-on, no 1-out jam that he was entered into.
Both runners on. Rodriguez on second, Gavin Taylor on first. Still on the hook to Joey Sorelli. Lehrman hoping to ease his ERA a little bit. So he'll face Reggie Bussey. Bussey 3 for 3. Double in the first, came around to score. A bunt base hit in the second would also see him score, and a single in the third, or in the second. He had 2 at-bats in the bottom of that frame. He was stranded at first base. First pitch was a strike, second one a bit high from Lehrman. Count even 1-1 to the Rebel center fielder.
Now, Bussey from Twinsburg, Ohio. Do you know what Twinsburg, Ohio is notable for?
I don't, tell me.
The International Twins Festival, which literally is a gathering of identical twins. It's one of the freakiest things ever.
That checks out.
Not a twin.
That checks out, though. It's in our name. 1-1 pitch outside, but offered by Bussey. Foul tips it off the end of the bat. And Lehrman ahead again, 1-2.
And we are brothers, not twins, but yeah, it still freaks me out. Kinda just abject. You see that many twins and bring animals that look alike. I had a couple of girls that we went to high school with in Pittsburgh that would go to this twin festival every year. The only reason I even know it exists.
Interesting. So interesting. 1-2 delivery on the way. Goes back to the off speed on the outside part of the plate to the lefty. Check swing. They appeal down to third base. Michael Raines says no.
Reggie Bussey spent last year at Ohio State, but his first 2 years at Oakland, Michigan, out of the Horizon League. Oakland came to Earl E. Wilson Stadium a couple of years ago.
Lehrman ready, delivering the 2-2 pitch. Bussey pop fly to the second baseman. Camped underneath it is Hayden Miller. He'll make the grab. So nothing going for the Rebels. They'll strand 2. No runs, no hits, and no errors through 4 innings full here in Las Vegas on a beautiful Sunday. The Hustlin' Rebels of UNLV lead Bradley 11-5.
Runnin' Rebel fans, be sure to head over to the Thomas and Mack on Saturday, February 28th, as the Runnin' Rebels take on the Nevada Wolfpack at 7 p.m. Go to UNLVtickets.com to get your tickets now. Fans, over at Smokin' Sands, we have a $5 ribbon prize special going on. That's right, $5 for ribbon prize over at Smokin' Sands. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a Valvoline pitching change. When it's time for a change, trust the performance professionals at Valvoline. Now pitching for UNLV, number 50, Gavin Bowen.
Back here with you from lovely Earl E. Wilson Stadium on a Sunday afternoon. UNLV leads the Bradley Braves by the score of 11-5, and the day for the starting pitcher Felix Ong is over. He went 4 full innings, 3 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. Walked 5 batters, struck out 7 Braves on 91 pitches, 51 of those for strikes, and he'll be lifted for Gavin Bowen. Gavin Bowen, the junior out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, comes to UNLV from State College of Florida, Manatee, and Sarasota. And he'll face Jack Holubowski, the Bradley Braves third baseman. He'll take strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. Gavin Bowen, a guy who's pitched 2 outings so far as a UNLV Rebel. An inning in each. He's allowed 2 runs in those 2 innings. 0-1 delivery inside on the right-handed batter, and the count runs 1-1. Bowen stands 6'2" from the left side, weighing 180 pounds. A rangy, skinny lefty with a high leg kick. He delivers. This one chopped foul down the third baseline by Holubowski. He's behind 1-2.
Pitching coach Jeff Opolewski likes the stuff from Gavin Bowen, says he wants to see more consistency in terms of his fastball, slider, changeup arsenal. Remember, he was a starter up until this year.
1-2 pitch. There's that high leg kick again and pulls the string on that slurvy slider. Induces a swing and a miss from Holubowski, and 1 batter, 1 strikeout for Gavin Bowen.
That was filthy. A high spin rate slider. That thing already more violent than in his previous 2 appearances. He's making his team high 3rd relief outing of the year today, and he gets it started off in a great fashion.
Michael Quick, the designated hitter, steps in for his 3rd plate appearance, takes ball 1. Quick struck out swinging in the 2nd, and drew a walk, would come around to score the 1st run of the Bradley 4th inning.
Bowen kicking some dirt off of the cleats on the back of the hill. He took a tumble after that last pitch, part of the reason why he followed through so heavily, and the pitch missed as far down and away from the lefty as it did.
So much motion in that delivery, a bit of a front turn, then a high leg kick. Ooh. A bunt attempt there from Michael Quick, trying to drag bunt. Bunts it foul.
And he was definitely trying to yank that one down the first base line, trying to take advantage of Johnny Rodriguez, who shaded very, very deep with the left-hander in the box. With that in mind, Berrigan across the way at third is going to creep in with his toes on the grass.
Delivery from Bowen, swung on, hard grounder to Rosales at second. Makes it look routine. 1 step and a toss to retire Michael Quick, and 2 quick outs for the UNLV lefty.
He's gone to that slider over and over again. That was what that last pitch was. There's tailor-made ground balls if you're Rosales, and then there's that one. I don't even think that bounced more so than rolled. And it sounds counterintuitive, but a lot of times on balls like that, the harder it's hit, it's actually easier to field if it's right at you. You just keep the glove down and let it go in the pocket.
Stepping in now, Landon Lowe, the right fielder. First pitch dropped in there by Bowen, right in the zone for strike 1.
He loves that slider.
Saw a lot of it this weekend, mainly last night with Parker Dilloff, the big lefty, as Bowen misses high for ball 1. But Dilloff, a different approach, so much larger than a lot of these pitchers. But again, that slider with a little bit of slurve opportunity, a little sweep maybe, drops in so hard on the right-handed batter specifically. 1-2, does it just right there, perfectly executed, right into the middle of the zone, 78 miles per hour for strike 2.
And the sharper you can get that break, the more you're able to tunnel it coming out of the hands, make that fastball and slider look the exact same to the hitter until it drops.
So Landon Lowe awaits the 1-2, swung on, driven hard to the left side. Chef slides, backhand throw across his body, phenomenal. 6-3 on the putout to end a 1-2-3 inning for Gavin Bowen, but Cooper Chef over at short, the model of consistency. What a throw. 1-2-3, down go the Braves in the top half of the 5th. No run score on no hits, no errors, and none left halfway through the 5th frame. UNLV atop 11-5.
Fans, download the UNLV Game Day app today and stay up to date on all of your favorite UNLV teams with notifications straight to your phone. Get today's game program, schedules, live stats, rosters, streaming audio and video, venue maps, and special offers from UNLV partners. Search UNLV Rebels in the Apple and Google Play stores and download the app today.
back with you at the Earl for the bottom of the 5th inning. UNLV maintains an 11-5 lead over the visiting Bradley Braves from the Missouri Valley Conference. Eli Lerman staying in the game to pitch for the Braves. He'll face the 2, 3, and 4 of the Hustlin' Rebels lineup. Kicked off by Marcos Rosales, the second baseman. He's 1 for 3 so far in today's contest. Lerman, the lefty, an effective couple of outs in relief of Joey Sorelli. Peppers the first pitch in, off speed on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Rosales, a line out to second base in his last ups. This one misses, skips away low in the dirt to the catcher Schumacher. Count even 1-1 to Rosales.
We're cruising along here in the bottom of the 5th. This matchup, one of a handful, a lot more than a handful, I should say, in the Mountain West going on this afternoon and evening. A bunch in progress.
Pitch delivered, backing Rosales up. A full matrix dodge out of the way to not get clipped by that one. 2-1 to Marcos.
Drew, your alma mater hosting Air Force just underway at Founders Park in Columbia, South Carolina. The Gamecocks of USC and Air Force scoreless at this point.
2-1 pitch on the way, gets away from Schumacher again. That's ball 3. And a lot of baseball being played in Columbia this season. Maybe not the best by the South Carolina Gamecocks, looking to improve a little bit under Paul Malneri.
Tell you what, nobody more critical of a college sports team than a graduate and somebody who worked for that program.
Absolutely. 3-1 pitch is high, misses to Rosales. He's aboard with a leadoff walk to start off the 5th inning.
Other games in progress. San Jose State in San Francisco taking on the San Francisco Dons. That one in the top of the 1st inning scoreless. Also scoreless in the top of the 1st inning between the newest member of the conference this year, Washington State. They're taking on Cal Poly and San Luis Obispo. That game scoreless in the top of the 1st. 4 games in action right now that aren't in the 1st. 2 going on later that we'll tell you about in a moment.
Aiden Garcia, the designated hitter, steps in for the 4th time. Successful hits in each of his last 3 so far. First pitch on the outside corner, a fastball for strike 1.
They're in the bottom of the 6th in Albuquerque. And New Mexico trails Northern Colorado, who comes to Las Vegas here in a couple of weeks. 9-6, the Bears on top of the Lobos. 2-2 between Utah Valley and UNR in Reno. And Oklahoma State on top of Grand Canyon. 9-1 in the 4th in Phoenix.
Ball misses outside, and always tough when you play any type of school from Oklahoma in a baseball game, but especially the Cowboys of Oklahoma State. GCU did take the opener at home in that series on Friday.
Grand Canyon off to a slow start, 2-4 in their first 6 games, but against a really tough slate.
1-1 pitch from Lerman, misses high. Garcia ahead, 2-1.
2 games getting underway later this evening. 5 o'clock Pacific time first pitch as Fresno State hosts Pepperdine. And 7 o'clock between San Diego State and San Diego from Tony Gwynn Stadium.
Lerman checks on Rosales before delivering the 2-1 off-speed pitch outside part of the plate, called for strike 2.
He got away with one there, a hanging breaking ball at 74. That thing was begging to be mashed. Garcia takes his deep breath and steps back in. He knows that he just missed an opportunity.
Rosales hopping around back and forth a little bit. 2-2 pitch on the way. Garcia drives that one deep to right field. One hops in foul territory and will exit the stadium. That's a foul ball.
And that was that same exact pitch, nearly in that same exact spot. That one a little bit more in on the hands, but Garcia saw the spin out of the hands and took a mighty hack. He was just early and just a little bit ahead of that one.
And Lerman, at least in the early stages of his outing, struggling a bit with the fastball command, so Garcia sitting on that curveball. Here's the 2-2 to Garcia, swung on. That one's fouled this time to the third base side.
Another curveball. I think you're spot on with that. He has struggled to locate that fastball. And Garcia has shown a willingness to offer up at the breaking pitch here with 2 strikes. So I would guess both of these guys go back to the well with their same strategy.
Garcia waits another 0-2 from Eli Lerman. Before that, it's a high pickoff throw to first. And
it's a balk.
It's going to be not a fluid pickoff motion. Balk is called by Greg Charles, and a free pass to second base for Marcos Rosales.
Oh, boy, and here comes first-year head coach Justin Dedman to argue his case with the first base umpire. They're telling him to stay in foul ground. This is not something that's reviewable, I would assume, and with the lefty pickoff move, there is such a fine line, and it really is a judgment call. It shouldn't be, but it is.
There's some real nuance to it, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, and just from my eyes, having seen a million left-handed pickoff moves to first base, that one did look unnatural. You have to go straight up and down. As soon as your foot starts to move towards home plate, you got to go there. It looked like as soon as he was going to go down, Lehrman kind of opened up that front hip, and as soon as that front knee opens up, you got to go to the plate. Yeah, this isn't something that you're going to get the umpires to converse about. It is one umpire's judgment versus the head coach in this situation.
Especially first-year head coach, you want to go out and ride for your guy. You want to say your piece, but that really is where it'll be left. That's all you can do. But second balk called, one of each team this weekend. A.J. Garcia advanced to second on a seventh-inning balk by a Rebel pitcher. Here's another 2-2. Aiden Garcia does what he does and extends the at-bat with another foul ball.
And as he does so, a plane flies over. That's literally in tandem this afternoon.
One in the same. Aiden Garcia, his last time up, a single off of an 11-pitch at-bat.
I like to imagine the plane's in a holding pattern until Garcia's next at bat.
Lerman checks the runner at second. The 2-2 delivery low. Buries that one in the dirt. Count runs full yet again to the Rebel DH.
And keep an eye on Rosales off second base. Extremely aggressive on his secondary leads, but even more so when he gets to second base. That one doubled by the fact that Schumacher had it down by the feet. We'll see if the shortstop Vidal stays in his back pocket here.
Rosales bouncing around second as Garcia awaits a full count pitch from Eli Lerman. Swung on, that one's popped out to left field. Giving chase is River Lindsay. Runs all the way over towards that left field line, makes the catch for out number one. So the first out recorded by Aiden Garcia was 3 for 3. That moves to 3 for 4, and that'll bring up the cleanup man, third baseman Drew Berrigan.
Yeah, 3 for 4, a good day at the office for Aiden Garcia. Even better when you consider that he's done that in about half a ball game here, officially in the back half of today's action in the bottom of the fifth inning. But Garcia already producing, and the 1 through 5 spots have each scored multiple runs so far.
Garcia a catcher first, but I think we're going to see him DHing a lot this season. Very few games in which he's not going to be in the lineup in this 2026 season as Berrigan takes an off-speed pitch in the zone for called strike one.
And just looking at the scorebook, 10 of the 13 Rebel hits and 10 of the 11 runs have come from the 1 through 5 spots, all of which in the first 2 times through the order. They've gone cold since the second.
Lerman's 0-1, driven to the shortstop. Throw across his body off the one hop. Can't be handled by the first baseman. Runner advances, and he'll score. Marcos Rosales all the way home, and it's going to be a throwing error that gets Rosales to score. So the base hit infield single for Drew Berrigan on a shot to the shortstop, but the throwing error hard to corral. Tough play for Anthony Martinez. Allows Rosales to advance the extra 90. Rebels pick up their 12th run and lead by 7.
Yeah, Berrigan with a base hit. Got to give the error on the Rosales run. So while he doesn't earn an RBI, he brings in a run because of the aggressive base running by Rosales.
Nin Burns, the second, the right fielder into the game, now takes the first pitch high for ball one.
From a scorebook perspective, it's one of those things you've got to account for every 90-foot advancement. Rosales was camped on third if that's a good throw. Because it bounced away from the first baseman, that's what allowed him to come home.
Off speed, breaks into the zone, evens the count 1-1 to Burns. And for Vidal, you know, credit where it's due. He did the best he could, making that, you know, Jeter-esque play, if you will, throwing against his body. But the throw not good enough, hard for Martinez to corral at first. Burns awaits the 1-1. Pitch drifts inside. 2-1 the count to Burns.
And the trend for Lehrman continues. He's missed with almost every fastball he's thrown this inning, and the only pitch he can really locate right now is that curveball. And Burns ahead in the count here, 2-1, should be sitting on that breaking ball and nothing else.
We say it all the time, but a lot of times with command issues, pitching backwards, off speed first, with the fastball as a supplement can be beneficial. Burns scalds this one on the ground down the third base line, but just a foot or so foul.
But you could tell by that swing, that was what he was looking for. There is a definite approach here by Burns. And now with 2 strikes, I would expect Lehrman to rely even heavier, I should say, on the curve.
Absolutely.
Unless he's going to bury a fastball in the dirt. That's really the only other option for him here.
Burns 1 for 2 today. 2 runs scored as he awaits the 2-2 delivery from Lerman. And there it is, the off-speed pitch, the looping slider, and it's outside. Count runs full to Burns. Berrigan on first base. Could expect a potentially big secondary lead if he doesn't, in fact, take off with the full count and one gone. Here's the 3-2 delivery. Burns smokes it into left field on the line. It's going to get past River Lindsay. He struggles to pick it up, and Berrigan's going to round third slowly. Then he picks up the speed. No throw to the plate as Berrigan slides into home for run number 13 for the UNLV Hustlin' Rebels.
So an infield base hit followed by a scorcher that just snuck under the glove of Lindsay and left it all the way to the fence. Burns with a double and a triple in his 4 at-bats today. He is 2 for 3, beg your pardon, officially. That's the first run he's driven in, though. Good job by Berrigan on the heads-up play to turn and keep going. The Rebels score their first run since that 6-run second.
Johnny Rodriguez, the Rebel first baseman, steps in now. He walked and was stranded at second in the 4th inning. He takes low for ball 1 from Eli Lerman. Curious to see what the leash looks like for Lerman as he's laboring just a bit. That was pitch number 33 for him.
Yeah,
he's recorded 3 outs.
As you say that, a right-hander up and throwing a sidewinding righty at that for Bradley.
It's the lefty-lefty matchup here. Lerman delivers. Rodriguez fists that one foul into the seats on the third base side. Johnny Rodriguez, an RBI ground out in the first. A pop-up to the shortstop in the second.
It looks like it's Jackson Horace warming up. The 6'4" right-hander wearing 33.
Rodriguez, slight bat waggle, and before the delivery, a turn and throw to second base to check on the runner from Lerman. Burns dives back head first.
If Vidal had to dive at shortstop to keep that one in front, he might have thrown him a curveball back to second base. That thing looked like it had a tail towards right center field just inherently.
From both sides this weekend, not a ton of competitive pickoff moves to second, a lot of formalities, if you will. And this one, driven to the opposite field, is Rodriguez on a line, but River Lindsay, couple steps to his right, will make the catch for the second out. 2 outs in this half, both recorded by Lindsay in left.
Good piece of opposite field hitting there by Rodriguez on the fastball, but now after 4 plate appearances, he's only reached base once. His 6-game hitting streak to start the year in danger as we're in the bottom of the 5th. Rebels on top, 13-5. Cooper Sheff extended that hitting streak to 7 with a 2 RBI base hit in the second inning.
2 outs now for the Rebels shortstop. UNLV 2 for 5 as a team with 2 outs today. First offering from Lerman is fouled off the foot of Cooper Sheff.
Tell you what, we were taking an eye on the Mountain West scores. We would give spring training scores, but we would be talking about those the entirety of the broadcast. So many split squad games in the Grapefruit and the Cactus League, but good to have baseball back at all levels.
0-1 on the way from Lerman, missing wide outside. And I know for baseball nerds like you and I, we could talk ad nauseum about the split squad games that are taking place, all of the enthralling matchups, but you're right, 20-plus games taking place in Major League Baseball spring training today. Feels like a holiday the first couple of days when you get back and start to learn all the rosters and get geared up for March. 1-1 on the way from Lerman. Sheff drives it into left center field, and it falls in front of Garcia in center. Rounding third is Nin Burns the second. He'll score from second base. And Cooper Sheff, his 3rd RBI of the day, his second base hit, has put the Rebels on top 14-5 here in the 5th.
And after going quiet for a couple of innings, sending 4 and 5 men to the plate respectively in the 3rd and the 4th, the Rebel bats waking up again after an early afternoon siesta. That's their 3rd run of the inning. They've knocked 3 hits, one of them for extra bases, and Gavin Taylor standing in next looking for his first hit of the game out of the 8th spot.
Gavin Taylor started to work one of the longer at-bats of his season so far in the 4th, but was plunked in that left elbow, was stranded at first in the 4th inning. Eli Lerman looks over at Sheff on first before delivering the first pitch. Taylor rolls over on one, fouls it off.
Taylor, after he was hit by a pitch in the 4th, saw Joey Sorelli lifted from the hill with a right-hander warming and might be ready to go behind Lerman here in the 5th. Could he bounce a pitcher for a game for the 2nd straight at bat? We'll call time here and be allowed to kind of walk down the third base line and work off the effects of that foul ball off the front toe.
Always tough, no matter what part of your body you make contact with that foul ball. You know, 78 on the gun, not a flamethrower on that pitch by any means, but you're almost always hitting the ball faster than it comes out of the pitcher's hand.
Yeah.
So anything speedy off the bat, on the foot, the shin, the ankle, it all feels bad.
Hey, it hurts regardless of how fast it is.
So Taylor ready to step back in. The righty crowds the plate and awaits the 0-1 from Eli Lerman. Runner takes off, throw is low. Schumacher throws down, but it's not in time. Hard to be corralled there by Hayden Miller. Cooper Sheff will advance to second on the stolen base. Would have beat the throw regardless.
Second steal in as many attempts on the season for Cooper Sheff. And look, he's not going to win any foot races with any elite athletes, but he is a big guy that has long legs. And when he gets going, he can get at a really good top speed. Sometimes it just takes him a little bit to get started.
That's the thing. I think in his time at UNLV, we probably have never seen the 10 out of 10 perfect jump off the starting block, but the long strides always make up for it. 1-1 delivery, absolutely scalded by Gavin Taylor. Way early on that 79-mile-an-hour slider. Fouls that thing into the streets.
I'll tell you what, Cooper's not the only Sheff you got to keep an eye out for. His younger brother, Cannon Sheff, in high school now, is an absolute beast at the bat. Definitely going to be on the radar for UNLV fans in a couple years.
Turns around, throws, picks it off, and it's low and away from Hayden Miller covering. Textbook E1 for Eli Lerman as Cooper Sheff moves up 90 feet to third base on the pickoff error from Lerman.
And if that throw were a little bit closer to the base, you might be tempted to give a fielding error to Miller, but he was standing on the back. He had to lunge way to his left with a high degree of difficulty. He did get a piece of it, but it was certainly a throwing error on Lerman, no doubt.
It's something to be said, too. A lot of times lefties struggle with pickoff moves, regardless of where it's to, but the turn, the quick delay kind of shuffles your feet around, makes it hard to focus. Taylor grounds this one to short. Vidal, 2 shuffles. The throw is in time to retire Gavin Taylor, but not before some damage is done. UNLV picks up 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and the 1 man left on base. Through 5 full frames here from beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, UNLV leads 14-5 over Bradley.
Rebel fans, grab your game day essentials today and walk around in style. Go to UNLVgear.com for merchandise all season long. That's UNLVgear.com.
Back with you here at the top of the 6th frame from Las Vegas. UNLV leads 14-5 over the visiting Bradley Braves. 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th for UNLV. Got the offense woken back up, and Gavin Bowen, the pitcher, the lefty for UNLV, back out for his 2nd frame of work. He'll face River Lindsay first, who takes the first pitch high, ball 1.
For Bowen, he needed just 11 pitches to retire the side in 3 batters in the 5th. So if he can keep up the consistency and the efficiency, you might see him for 3 innings.
That high leg kick rolled over to the first baseman. That's Rodriguez. Scoops it up, 2 quick steps to the bag, 3 unassisted as he puts out River Lindsay, and Lindsay moves to 0 for 3 on the afternoon.
So 4 up, 4 down on 13 pitches, including 9 strikes. Not a bad start for Bowen out of the bullpen.
And pretty weak contact, too, that he's inducing. He got the strikeout of Jack Holubowski to start things off, but 3 softly hit ground balls since. Jackson Schumacher, the catcher, toes the batter's box, takes the first pitch off speed in the zone for strike 1. Schumacher 0 for 2 so far this afternoon. Soft liner to Rosales at second base and struck out looking in the 4th. 0-1, healthy hack, swing and a miss on the high fastball from Gavin Bowen. Quickly 0-2 to Schumacher. Schumacher digs back in. Bowen looking to keep the pace going, but time is in fact given to Jackson Schumacher. Second time he's done so in as many at-bats. Quickly going behind 2 strikes and then taking a breather and asking home plate ump Alex Nash for a second. Bowen ready to deliver 0-2. Slider misses a bit wide. Taylor tries to frame it to no avail, and 1-2 goes the count. Bowen ready to deliver the 1-2. Off-speed pitch just a hair low. And the count is even 2-2 after 2 good takes from Schumacher.
Yeah, that's a really good pitch against the number 9 hitter, especially because he set it up in the past with that thing hanging in there for a strike prior.
2-2 delivery misses way high, and 3 straight balls that Schumacher's watched. Count runs full to the catcher.
And last one, just a non-competitive pitch. Now he has to come back with something over the plate. Schumacher knows that. Expect for him to be swinging regardless.
Payoff pitch from Gavin Bowen. Swung on. Drilled foul towards the Bradley dugout. Will reset and do it again.
Interesting. So he pulled the string on a changeup there and fired it over the inside. And the batter way early on it kind of gives Bowen an idea as to where his mentality is.
Bowen found lots of early success with the slider. 3-2. Fastball just upstairs. Schumacher earns his way aboard via a walk.
Yeah, that's earning your way on. A pitcher who has not missed the zone much, and you find a way to work 4 pitches outside of the strike zone, fouling off a couple that were on the borders. You want to get the pitcher to make a mistake and throw you your pitch, and that wasn't there. Good job by Schumacher, despite the fact that he's 0 for 16 on the year in that at-bat.
Stepping in will be Andre Vidal, his second plate appearance. Drew a walk after relieving Sorab Razai at shortstop. First pitch from Bowen finds the zone, called strike 1 on the off-speed.
There's a more slurvy slider, if you will. Some more up and down. You hear us talk about sweeper versus slider. The sweeper's on a horizontal plane, left to right, no downward break. That one, almost the opposite.
Schumacher, healthy lead, pump fakes, hard ground ball to the left side, just a bit past the outstretched Drew Berrigan, but in foul territory. So quickly it's 0-2 to Andre Vidal, and that's the ground ball swing you're looking to induce if you're Bowen. He's had a lot of success doing it so far. 3 ground outs in the 4 that he's recorded so far, and looking for a potential double play, or now facing an 0-2 count, potential strikeout situation.
If you're Bowen, nothing in the zone here. Make him go outside of his comfort zone.
Bowen checks the runner, the kick, the pitch, swung on and missed. Delivers the high heat right past the swinging Andre Vidal. And Gavin Bowen picks up his 2nd K of the afternoon.
Hey, when you've got high heat like that and you're confident with it, forget what I said. Go right after that 3-pitch strikeout, young man.
Challenge pitch if there ever was one. Well executed by Gavin. 2 gone now with the runner on first, and it's A.J. Garcia stepping in. The lefty's 1 for 3 so far today. First pitch misses just a bit low to Garcia.
That one did not miss by much, but I like it to start out the at-bat. Not only do you have the hitter thinking with the first pitch off speed, but that's one that starts in the zone and breaks outward. You can throw that pitch later in the at-bat now that you've used it.
Schumacher, healthy lead, leans back towards the bag. This one chopped shortly to the second baseman. Rosales scoops, flips with the underhand to retire Garcia. Just the 1 base runner on the walk. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on. Halfway through the 6th, UNLV maintains their lead over Bradley, 14-5. Back in action here for the bottom of the 6th inning from Earl E. Wilson Stadium on the campus of UNLV. Your Hustlin' Rebels lead the Bradley Braves 14-5, and Bradley going with a new arm from one Des Moines area community college transfer to another. Eli Lerman is lifted for Jackson Horace, the senior right-hander standing at 6'4" from Keota, Iowa. He'll face the 9-1-2 in the Rebels order.
This pitching change brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Horace, the cousin of current San Francisco Giant Keaton Wynn, is going to be out there with the new second baseman, the new third baseman. Brother Holubowski's still out there. 13 Skinner at second base. And the new catcher is number 25, Cal Layton. We'll keep you updated if there are any other changes, but right now, as we can see, it is just Skinner in at second and Layton wearing number 25 in a catcher.
Couple of guys we saw come in the commotion last night. McCormick came in to play third base in the 9th inning. A lot of changes happening for Bradley as this game has been pretty fluid. A lot of offensive output from UNLV.
The whole weekend's been fluid at that rate, right?
True that. So Jaden Hurdle for the Rebels will step in. His 4th plate appearance. Batting in the 9-hole. He's playing left field today. 2 for 3, 2 base hits. So we'll await the first pitch from Jackson Horace. Delivers 90 miles per hour on the gun. Fastball called for strike 1.
So just for those of you keeping score with us, Luke Skinner batting cleanup, playing at second base for Hayden Miller. Layton batting 9th, replacing Schumacher at catcher.
This one chopped hard to the brand new second baseman. Skinner will toss over to first. Very quick out for Jackson Horace. Induces the grounder, 4-3 the put out.
That happens all the time. Way more often than not, it seems that a new defender into the action right away. I had a coach that used to call it the ugly finder. We won't call it that. I'm sure Luke Skinner's a nice guy.
We'll call it the magnet. How about that?
Yeah, the magnet. That's not as fun. But Horace, in his first season at Bradley, made 18 appearances out of the bullpen last year. He's pitched once this year against Indiana. 1 inning, 2 runs on a hit and a walk.
Reggie Bussey up now for the 5th time today as the Rebel lineup wraps around. He takes ball 1 from Horace on the outside part.
1-2 record, 8.5 ERA in 18 relief outings last year for Horace, spelled H-O-R-R-A-S.
This pitch peppered into the zone. Off-speed pitch called for strike 1. 1-1 to Bussey. Bussey 3 unanswered hits in his first 3 at-bats. Just within the first 2 innings of this one, had a double, 2 singles. He popped up to the second baseman in his last ups. Awaits the 1-1. That fastball misses high and away. 2-1.
So Horace becomes the 4th pitcher used by Bradley today. He'll replace Eli Lerman, who's charged for 3 runs, all earned on 3 hits in an inning and 2/3. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 41 pitches, 24 strikes. He'll leave with a no decision.
2-1 on the way from Horace. Big cut and a miss from Bussey, the center fielder. Good offering from Jackson Horace, the tall right-hander.
And he cut that thing in on the hands of Bussey. That is a really tough pitch to hit. A fastball with some front side cut. And Horace with 2 strikes back into the set.
Bussey awaits the 2-2. This one missing low in the dirt, causing Cal Layton, the new catcher, to block it. Count runs full. Horace gets the sign. Exclusively working out of the stretch. Kicks for the 3-2. Swung on, tipped foul. Not able to be corralled by Layton. So we'll do it again. Layton, one of the better hitters in the early part of this season, had a great series down at Bethune-Cookman. I've only seen him off the bench in relief of Jackson Schumacher, the primary backstop. Another 3-2 from Horace. Misses wide. Bussey knows it. Emphatically flips the bat towards the dugout and walks over to first base with a walk.
And he's going to be pinch run for at first base as well. Bussey to the bench. He'll give way to Jack Salmon. Salmon, who is not in the starting lineup, replaces Bussey. We'll see how that affects the defense. It may just be a straight swap as Bussey out, Salmon in. And with the Rebels on top by 9, that'll set up Marcos Rosales with the pinch runner on first.
Yeah, Salmon started each of the last 2 contests in left field, so a versatile type of outfielder. Been in the leadoff spot too, the former Hawaii man. Rosales steps in and awaits the first pitch from Horace. Missing low with the breaking ball in the dirt is Horace. 1-0 to Rosales. Drew a base on balls his last time up in the 5th. Moved over to second on the pick-off move. Bach from Eli Lerman would come around to score on a throwing error from Andre Vidal, the shortstop. 1-0 delivery from Horace. This one's popped out to shallow center. Late reaction from A.J. Garcia. Loses it in the sun. He will not find it. Tries to throw it in time and will not. So a sunny single for Marcos Rosales. One that gets completely lost. A very tough play to make when you're looking at that contrasting blue sky.
And Garcia looked like he had it measured up, and then all of a sudden he didn't, and it bounced in front of him. A good job, heads-up base running by Salmon off the bench in a pinch run spot to be about halfway to second base. Now, the ruling is there. If Garcia picks that one up off the ground, throws him out at second, it'd be a fielder's choice, but instead it's a base hit. They put 2 on with 1 down for Aiden Garcia, not AJ in center.
First pitch inside, catches the zone for called strike 1 to Garcia. And for AJ in center, it's one of those things, he did what you're taught. He took a couple steps back, thought that they could track it down, had to run all the way in, but couldn't quite pick the ball up afterwards. 0-1 to Aiden Garcia. Hack and a miss on a low slider in the dirt. And quickly 0-2 to the Rebel DH.
Also tough to play outfield defense during the day in a road environment where you've never played before. All those things adding up to that ball finding the grass.
Runners on first and second for Aiden Garcia. This one checks his swing. Looks for the appeal, and they go to third. He did go, says third base Michael Raines. Not even sure they were going to grant him the appeal over to third. New catcher Cal Layton taps the home plate ump and asks. He was granted the appeal, and an emphatic out call from Michael Raines. So Aiden Garcia goes down swinging on 3 pitches. That'll bring up Drew Berrigan out of the cleanup spot with 2 out and 2 on. Berrigan 3 for 4 in this one. 3 runs batted in, 3 runs scored. This offense runs through Drew. First pitch, a tumbling slider. Called for strike 1. Berrigan thought it was a bit low, but 0-1 the count nonetheless. Rosales not being held on at first with the runner. Pinch runner Jack Salmon in front of him. This one is smacked on a deep drive to left field, but well foul for Drew Berrigan, and quickly it's 0-2 to the second straight Rebel batter.
Berrigan hitting here with 2 on and 2 out. Today with 2 out, the Rebels 3 out of 7 with runners on base. They are 14 of 16. 14 of their 17 hits today have been with runners on base.
Here's the swing from Berrigan inside out over the lunging Anthony Martinez. Salmon rounding second hard. He'll be in to score easily as Marcos Rosales trots to third, and Drew Berrigan, inside out piece of hitting. His 4th hit of the day, his 4th RBI, and the Rebel lead extends to 10.
Not always about how hard you hit it. That thing punched over the head of the first baseman, and you could just tell by the sound. He did not get, I was going to say all that. He barely got any of that, but it was enough. The hands and the wrist so strong as he just kind of pushed it into the outfield. Salmon scoring easily, and with the Rebel lead now 10, there is action getting up in the bullpen beyond the left field fence for Bradley.
15-5 the count now. 18 hits for the Rebels to just 3 for Bradley.
And it is the left-hander Tristan Duke, the senior out of Texas, warming up wearing 31. I don't think there's anybody behind Bowen. You don't need anybody. He's faced 1 over the minimum in 2 hitless innings on 25 pitches.
Yeah, extend him as much as humanly possible. He has been efficient and effective.
Especially the last game of his weekend series.
Nin Burns, first pitch he sees, fisted into the opposite field, finds the gap between the first and second baseman. That'll plate Marcos Rosales, so another multi-run inning for UNLV. This time it's a single for Nin Burns, the second, his 3rd hit, and his 3rd RBI. 16-5, UNLV leads.
And Burns a homer shy of the cycle. A triple in the first, walked in the second, struck out in the third, but then has doubled and singled in his last 2 at-bats. And the way this game is going, he'll likely get 1 more at-bat.
Still 2 gone. Now runners on first and second for the Rebel first baseman, Johnny Rodriguez. First pitch from Horace is outside, and Rodriguez steps out, steps back in, and awaits the 1-0. Rodriguez 0 for 3 today. One of the few hitless Rebels. 1-0 from Horace. Great pitch executed on the outside part of the plate. Count even, 1-1.
Now, in a game with a 10-run deficit, there's a number of things you can point to that's allowed it to balloon like this, but I think the two that stand out to me, Bradley 2 of 11 with runners on base, the Rebels 16 of 28, also the 2-out hitting. Bradley 1 out of 7, the Rebels with 5 hits and 9 at-bats.
1-1 from Horace. Breaking ball slips outside, misses. 2-1, and talked a lot this weekend when you were gone about clutch hitting from the Rebels, hitting with runners in scoring position. Didn't really happen too much until the late frames each of Friday night and Saturday night. Rebels are 12 for 20 today with runners in scoring position. 2-1 from Horace. Rodriguez thought about it, doesn't offer, and Horace gets the call for strike 2.
I mean, just looking out at the video board, this is one of the more unique line scores you're ever going to see. Bradley with 5 runs on 3 hits and 2 errors. UNLV with 16, 19, and 2 across.
Horace the 2-2, swung on and missed. Catcher Layton holds on to it, and Johnny Rodriguez strikes out swinging to retire the side. 2-run score for UNLV on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 left on. We've played 6 full frames here at the Earl. UNLV leads Bradley 16-5.
Fans, do you have a group interested in attending a UNLV baseball game this season? Groups of 10 or more can receive pricing discounts by heading to UNLVtickets.com or calling 702-739-FANS. That's 702-739-3267. All of your ticket needs.
Back in action here at the Earl. It's the top of the 7th. UNLV leads the Bradley Braves 16-5. And for your play-by-play the rest of the way, here's my partner, Matt.
Gavin Bowen back out there for a 3rd inning of work. A couple of defensive changes behind him. Nicky Garitano at second base. A straight swap for Marcos Rosales batting and playing second. Jaden Sanchez will take over for Reggie Bussey in center. Sanchez replacing Jaden Hurdle in the 9 spot with Jack Salmon, who came in as a pinch runner for Bussey, sliding over to left field. So the outfield left to right, Salmon, Sanchez, Burns, put Garitano in for Rosales at second. With all that going on behind him, Gavin Bowen looking to continue doing what he's done through his 2 perfect or nearly perfect innings. First pitch is high to the right-hand batting Anthony Martinez to start off the 7th. Facing 1 over the minimum so far. Lefty Bowen has gone 7 up, 6 down on 2 strikeouts and 4 groundouts. The lefty out of Waukesha, Wisconsin deals high. 2 balls and no strikes to Martinez, a pair of walks. He's also reached on an error so far today.
It may not seem like it, but in a blowout game like this is a big spot for the confidence of Gavin Bowen, and seeing what he has in the tank going forwards as he gets to the middle of the order and he faces, his 3rd full inning of work, hoping to keep things smooth and calm and cool and collected.
Spikes that one, and the count goes 3-0. That's Hayden Miller on deck. As Bowen's 3-0 offering at the letters is in for a strike, and we're going to have to consult the scorebook on that one because Luke Skinner absolutely came in and played defense at second base for Hayden Miller. So unless Miller switched to the designated hitter spot, no, that's the only thing I can think of. As the pitch is outside for ball 4. One way or another, Hayden Miller looks like he's going to bat as the leadoff man, Anthony Martinez, takes his 3rd walk of the game.
Yeah, curious about this one. I am almost certain Miller was lifted from this contest.
If he stands in and takes 1 pitch, it's an out. But now we're going to pinch run, not pinch hit.
Martinez is out of this game. Colin McCormick, the sophomore infielder, will pinch run at first base for Martinez.
So McCormick pinch running. Slot him in for Martinez in the 3rd spot. And again, I don't know how Hayden Miller is still in this game. You and I have watched enough baseball the last 5 lifetimes. And
it's a head scratcher, I would say, for sure. Time called by the ump. The umpire is realizing it as well. You're absolutely right.
Oh, it's going to be a pitch clock violation.
What is
so
happening?
Here we think he's ringing him up, but it's a pitch clock violation for ball 1 on Bowen.
Huh.
It's tough not knowing, or not feeling like you know what's going on in the game that you watch so often. There's a breaking ball right down the middle. Hey, for Gavin Bowen, best he can do here is just go right after him, get a ground ball double play, and wipe it out one way or another.
Silver lining, Miller is a treat, one of the better Bradley hitters. Another chance for him to see some work.
A swing and a miss. Fastball blown by him for strike 2. Yeah, I don't recall the last time that I've been completely flummoxed with something going on in the field.
You and me both, my friend.
Let's see what Bowen can do here on 1-2. The lefty sets, he deals, and the slider down and away for ball 2.
Good to see Bowen go back, though, with that looping slurve to a right-handed batter, a pitch that we've seen a lot of lefty Rebel pitchers take place this weekend, trying to scrape that outside corner for a called strike.
Colin McCormick, the pinch runner off first, held on by Johnny Rodriguez. The 2-2 on the way from Gavin Bowen. Here it is. Fastball rides high, 88 on the radar gun, and the count's full with nobody out. McCormick has yet to attempt a stolen base on the season. Bradley came in 16 out of 19. They've been running all weekend long, but the Rebels trying to run them out of the Earl in a 3-game sweep. They lead by 11 as Bowen sets and fires. The runner on the move, and the pitch called ball 4 low. Bowen's put 3 base runners on in 2+ innings, all 3 of them via the walk. Every ball put in play against him has been on the ground. Again, 4 of the 6 outs he's recorded have been ground outs, 2 via the K, and 3 walks. That's literally every batter that he's faced. That'll bring up the 3rd baseman, right-hand batting Jack Holubowski, who has struck out twice and lined out softly to Cooper Sheff at short.
Second baseman, new second baseman, Nicky Garatano, creeping a little bit closer. Signaling a potential pickoff look for Bowen, but he delivers.
First pitch, yanked foul on a line drive screamer off the bat of Holubowski. Nobody warming up in that Bradley bullpen as of right now, but the relief corps scurrying nonetheless on strike 1. Holubowski has 3 hits and 16 at-bats to start the young year. Takes up and away here from Bowen. The command that was so sharp, especially with the breaking pitch, seemingly starting to slide as he's into his 3rd inning of work and up over 40 in terms of the pitch count.
I was just about to say, if the command doesn't crack, it really starts to the 3rd time around the order for starters and the 3rd inning of relief for a lot of these collegiate relievers.
Southpaw steals a strike on a backdoor breaking pitch. That one clips the outer half at 76 on the gun, and it's 1-2.
And that's the pitch that he can really execute on. Special type of placement right there. See if he goes back to it on the 1-2.
He sets, checking second. Bowen to the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He got him on a breaking ball. 77 on the slider. It's the 3rd K of the day for Holubowski. And that all-important first out of the 7th sets up Michael Quick with 2 on and 1 out.
A massive K for the confidence of Gavin Bowen as well. That no out to 1 out feeling with 2 runners on, with the double play in line. Such a different feeling on the mental side of things.
After 22 strikeouts by Rebel pitching yesterday, that's number 10 so far this afternoon. Here's Quick. Left-hand batting DH, pops one up in the air to shallow left center. Coming in is Jaden Sanchez, still on the move. He can't get it. That'll take a bounce in front of him in the gap, and everybody moving up 90 feet to load the bases. First hit against Gavin Bowen is the first hit since the 4th inning, and just the 4th of the game overall for the Bradley Braves. Sacks full, 1 down for Landon Lowe, the right fielder.
Next up, number 26, Landon Lowe.
Felt like that one might have hung up a little bit, but both pursuing Jaden Sanchez and Jack Salmon, both new to their positions as of this inning. Ball falls in front for a nice hit.
And Coach Hope not going to mess around. He'll go with the righty up against the right-hand batting right fielder, Landon Lowe. So Gavin Bowen's afternoon is done after 2 1/3 innings. So far, charged for no runs on 1 hit and 3 walks. He'll leave with the bases loaded and 1 out. Give way to a right-hander. We'll be back after the pitching change here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Top of the 7th, UNLV leads Bradley 16-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. It's time for a Valvoline pitching change. When it's time for a change, trust the performance professionals at Valvoline. Now pitching for the Hustlin' Rebels, number 42, Colton Sundloff.
With the bases loaded and 1 out here in the top of the 7th, the Rebels on top by 11 as the coaching staff goes to the bullpen, and they'll call the services of the big right-hander, the redshirt senior Colton Sundloff, ready to take them out against Landon Lowe.
This pitching change brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil. It's Colton Sundloff, who pitched in the contest last night. Stands at 6'5", 225 pounds. Played a little bit of infield too in his JUCO days, and played for the UNLV Rebels last year. Just an inning and 2/3 a season ago, and in the outing last night went 2/3 of an inning, closed the game out. Just 1 hit and 2 strikeouts to his ledger.
He'll pitch out of the full windup with nowhere to put Landon Lowe, and the side-winding righty misses inside with ball 1 on a fastball. Lowe is reached via a base hit and a hit by pitch. He had a single stolen from him. Highway robbery at short by Cooper Sheff on a stellar play in the gap to wrap up inning number 5. Only 1, 2, 3 innings so far for the Braves. There's a swing and a pop-up. First base side, foul ground. It'll be Rodriguez and Taylor giving it a look, but it falls in the area right behind the home dugout. And that'll go as strike 1 to Lowe. Colton Sundloff, 6'5", 225-pounder out of Erta, Utah. Stansbury High School graduate. Through an inning and 2/3, like you had mentioned last year, over 3 appearances. He was not a guy that was stretched out after coming from San Diego by way of Oklahoma, former Sooner and Torero. Steps off the first base side of the mound, rocks and fires on 1-1. Here's a pop fly over the head of Rodriguez and into shallow right field down the line for a base hit. 1 run scores. Miller holds up at third as the throw goes to home plate from Nin Burns. It's a 1 base hit, driving in 1 run. Everybody going station to station, a 90-foot advancement on the 5th run batted in of the year for Lowe. And that makes it 16-6 UNLV here in the top of the 7th inning.
It's the first charged run of the game to Gavin Bowen as well. He stranded all 3, or left all 3 runners on before pulled, and Colton Sundloff, that snap delivery induces a weak little floater and a good effort from Johnny Rodriguez, but to no avail. Flies right over his head for a weak RBI single.
The base is loaded. Here's River Lindsay, lefty, playing in left field today. First pitch swinging, grounder up the middle, a high hop, fielded by Garitano. He makes the underhand to short. Chef with the turn, and the throw to first in time. What a double play to retire the side in the 7th. They go 4-6-3, and the Braves only able to tack on 1 run on 2 hits and 2 walks. There were no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We've reached the stretch break here at the Earl, and after 6.5, it's UNLV 16, Bradley 6.
Fans, we are halfway through the 7th inning, as is the tradition. It's time to stand, it's time to stretch, and it's time to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." It's time to pick up those waivers for your kids to run around the bases. Head to the first base side of the field. Pick up those waivers, sign them, and turn them in so your kids can hustle the base paths. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Defensive changes for Bradley. Entering the game and now playing first base, number 7, Angelo Alamon. Number 8, Hayden Miller is now in right field. Moving from right field to center field, number 26, Landon Lowe. Staying in the game and now playing third base, number 19, Colin McCormick. Now playing left field, number 1, Hayden Nelson. And batting for the Rebels, number 22, Cooper Chef.
Coming out of the stretch break in the bottom of the 7th inning, not only do the Rebels lead 16-6 with the bottom 3 hitters in their lineup ready to go, Cooper Chef first among them. We've got wholesale changes defensively for Bradley, and I think that's putting it lightly, Drew. There is now a defensive replacement at every single position defensively from where we started this game.
Yeah, something you're not used to, playing a little bit of 52-card pickup with the defensive alignment today, so we're still tracking those changes down. We'll try to let you know what those are once they're confirmed.
We've got the defense. It is the batting order and who's going in for who that has just been an abject mess here today in a 10-run game in a Sunday series finale. Regardless, it's the same pitcher, Jackson Horace, who steals a strike from Cooper Chef to begin Cooper's 5th at-bat of the day. 8 defensive changes, and the pitcher stays the same in a 10-run game. That's the beauty of college baseball this time of year, especially a team like Bradley and a first-year head coach with a ton of freshmen. A fastball over the outside, and it's strike 2 to Chef.
Sometimes in college baseball, it's the Forrest Gump approach. You don't know what you're going to get next.
Hustling Rebel baseball, like a box of chocolates, says Drew Neverett. 0-2 the count as Horace steals from the stretch. Chef pops this one on the ground, fouled on the third base side. So defensively, let's reset things. Cal Layton doing the catching. He's filling up the battery. Angelo Alamon at first base. Alamon with Luke Skinner up the middle at second. Andre Vidal at short. And Colin McCormick, the third baseman, currently shaded deep down the corner. Meanwhile, the 0-2 to Chef. Swinging a chopper up the middle. Here's Vidal to his left. Shortstop picks it up on 2 big bounces. And the throw to first beats Chef by about a half a step. One shortstop rolls over to another for out number 1. And as Gavin Taylor comes up for his 5th plate appearance, it's Peyton Nelson roaming the range in the left right now for Bradley. Landon Lowe, who started the game in right, now in center, and Hayden Miller, who started the game at second, now in right. So again, Layton catching. Alamont at first, Skinner at second, Vidal at short, Colin McCormick at third base, with Peyton Nelson, Landon Lowe, and Hayden Miller, the outfield, left to right. Who's hitting where? We'll have that answer for you coming up in the top of the 8th.
Who's on first?
Literally. And it's not Abbott and Costello today. It's Neverett and Neverett here in the press box. First pitch in there for a strike. Taylor watches a fastball from Horace over the outside for strike 1. And so far for Gavin Horace, he's been able to settle things in a little bit. Every Bradley pitcher has been charged for at least 1 run. Horace gave up 2 in the 6th. Gives up a ground ball sharply off the thumb of the third baseman McCormick and into left field. That's a base hit for Taylor. He takes a big turnaround first, but McCormick's able to recover in time, limiting him to a sharply tapped ground ball down the third base side. Good job by McCormick, who's just entered into the game at third base to get a glove on it and knock it down. Otherwise, that's at least a double for Taylor on a ball that rolled slowly.
Yeah, extremely tough play to make there. That's the 3rd time today we've seen Gavin Taylor sharply scald one to the left side. Tough to make that play on the backhand, and Taylor's really found his stroke, at least turning on the ball on the ground.
Jaden Sanchez ready to go in his first at-bat. Came in as a defensive replacement for Jaden Hurdle after Jaden went 2 for 4 with a couple of base hits. Here's Sanchez watching all the way on a first pitch strike. So for Horace, after an up and down 6, so far in the 7th, he's a pitch away from getting out of it, and he started off all 3 batters with strike 1 on the first pitch. Sanchez, the muscular center fielder, in from the right side with an open stance. Horace throws over to first, and back in there standing and safely is Taylor.
Sanchez, an exciting player, started each of the last 2 days in center field. On Friday, went 1 for 2, drove in a run, scored a run himself, and 1 for 4 last night, a walk and a run as well.
357 hitter on the young season. He swings here and hammers this one high in the air, deep down the left field line. Nelson looking up. It's fair. It's gone. A 2-run blast and his first home run of the game. Jaden Sanchez leaves the yard. His first bomb as a Rebel makes it 18-6 here in the 7th.
We talk so much about the versatility up and down this Rebel lineup. Versatility on display this weekend for Jaden Sanchez. Some stolen bases, some great defensive acumen, and some serious pop with that deep line drive, home run to left. Big time shot for Jaden Sanchez.
First Rebel home run of the game brought to you by our friends at NV Energy. And with the bases clear and 1 out, here's Jack Salmon. Salmon, former Hawaii Rainbow Warrior, in from the left side, taking down for ball 1. Can only imagine what that conversation's like trying to leave Hawaii.
It's probably really easy to get kids there, man.
I can imagine. Tim Hill does such a good job with that program. Murakami Stadium, freshly renovated out there in Manoa. Such a great atmosphere for baseball. That pitch high, and it's 2-0 to Salmon, the nephew of former MLBer Tim Salmon. Guarded up with that right elbow, patted on that right side. There's a changeup that fades outside at 79. And I don't know if you've seen any clips or highlights of the Hawaii team early in the season. It's a rare year where UNLV and Hawaii do not play, so we got to watch from afar. Hawaii very much in the running to host a regional this year. They're going to be the best team in the Big West. That one's outside and a 4-pitch walk. Puts Salmon on in his first plate appearance of the day here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Salmon does what he does best, takes a lot of strikes, really shrinks his own zone, works a lot of deep counts, and he's dangerous once he's on first base.
That's his 4th walk of the year, and that'll bring up Nicky Garatano, the pride of Green Valley High School in Henderson. Marcos Rosales done after going 2 for 3, hit by a pitch and walked as well. Garatano, wearing number 14, checks his swing on a breaking ball, called for a strike on the outer side by Horace regardless.
1 at-bat for Garatano last night, coming in the 9th inning, struck out on 3 pitches on the off-speed stuff of Anthony Martinez, who played first base all weekend.
He takes another strike at the knees here, and he's worked himself into a no-ball 2-strike hole. Garatano has struck out in 2 of his 3 plate appearances so far this year, including that one you mentioned last night. Hitting in the 2 spot for Marcos Rosales, already made an impact with his glove on the double play to end the top of the 7th. Check throw to first. Back in there diving in safely is Salmon. That play to end the inning, outstanding in terms of the degree of difficulty, because that thing took a major hop on Garitano. He was able to recover. You don't win 2 JUCO Gold Gloves for nothing.
Certainly, it was a tough decision. He thought about maybe taking it to the bag himself, but a great toss to induce a double play.
Comes up empty on a fastball, set down swinging on strike 3. Third strikeout and 4 at-bats this year for the local product. With 2 outs and a runner on first, bottom of the 7th, the Rebels lead at 18-6. On their way to sweeping Bradley here in a 3-game set. With the lefty up and warming in the bullpen, Bradley watches Aiden Garcia settle in. Garcia, the designated hitter this afternoon. With Salmon on first. Swings to the first pitch, yanks one foul inside the bag at first. Look out, Nick Rush, coaching with the helmet on down the line.
Aiden Garcia hasn't had too many opportunities to really get a hold of one. That's when he's at his best, at least in the swinging department. Ripping ones down the first base, right field line. Very narrowly missing fair territory with that one.
Another first pitch strike for Horace, and the 0-1 follow-up is a fastball on the outer half for a strike 2. Meanwhile, Drew, top of the 3rd inning in Columbia. South Carolina on top of Air Force, 4-1 in the early stages there.
Rejoice.
Rejoice. Huzzah. The 0-2 on the way to Garcia. Swung on, fought off the other way. That'll find the seats and extend the at-bat.
Nevada knotted up with Utah Valley in the 9th. Chance to walk things off. San Jose and San Francisco have had a tight back-and-forth series this weekend as well.
No score, bottom of the 4th between the Dons and the Spartans. Battle of Bay Area opponents. Here comes another 0-2 from Horace. Another foul ball into the left field bleacher seats off the bat of Aiden Garcia. Doubles in his first 2 at-bats and a base hit in his 3rd. Since then, he has flied out and struck out swinging on an appeal, called 3rd strike on a follow-through in the 6th. Rebels already with 2 runs in the inning. On a home run by Jaden Sanchez in his first at-bat of the day. Good take there by Garcia as a slider in the dirt. An 0-2 waste pitch, misses for ball 1.
Been impressed with Horace and the command on the outside part of the plate, primarily with the fastball. Rebels have been laying off of that since Horace entered the game.
He sets on 1-2, gives Salmon a glance at first. Turns his attention to the plate and deals. That's in the dirt, picked out by Layton on ball 2. Now looking at these other scores, New Mexico and Northern Colorado doing battle in Albuquerque. The Lobos entered into today 7-0. The Bears 0-7, but right now, bottom of the 9th, Northern Colorado leads it 11-9. Last ups for the Lobos at home, trying to avoid their first loss of the season. 2-2, grounded to first, off the glove of Angelo Alamon. It trickles over towards the second baseman Skinner. He cannot make the play, and an infield base hit continues the 7th inning. That was a scorcher. Exit velocity 100 miles an hour plus there as he absolutely ripped it towards Alamon, who did a good job just to stay in front of that one.
Sometimes that's all you need is to really put a sting on a ball. Garcia does so that time. Valiant effort there by Alamon, one of the many defensive replacements, trying to slide over to his right on his knees. Just a tough play to make when it's scalding.
Here comes Berrigan, 4 for 5 today for the right-hand batting 3rd baseman. First pitch in on the ankles, called for ball 1. In order, Berrigan has doubled to drive home a run, later scored. Singled to drive home 2, later scored again. Lined out softly to short, singled and scored, and drove in a run on a base hit in the 6th in his last at-bat. Horace to the plate. A check swing on a pitch down low. Yes, he did, says home plate umpire Alex Nash. And Berrigan with the count even at 1.
Just too late to even attempt to pull that bat back. A pretty obvious attempt there by Berrigan. Credit to Horace for the off-speed pitch, fooling Berrigan.
Salmon off second. Garcia with a good lead off first behind him. Horace fades that one way off the outside into the left-handed batter's box. 2 balls and 1 strike now, the count. If nothing else, Horace has done a great job at filling up the strike zone. He's walked 2 in 2 innings, but a lot of balls in play against him. That one inside, and it's now 3 balls and a strike. And for what it's worth, first pitch strikes are very important. He has done that well, if nothing else.
Yeah, that's something we saw a lot of Saturday. Really no Bradley pitching at all. Almost every single first pitch was a ball out of the zone, puts the Rebels in such an advantageous position, especially in that 8th inning with all the walks, all the hit-by pitches. Really so easy to get your approach when you know that you're seeing a ball on the first offering.
And a 3-1 slider comes back over the inside to bring the count full. 3-2 count with 2 down. The runner's on the move. The pitch swung on and fouled off out of play. That one will clear the first base bleacher seats, and we'll get to try that one again. 5 runs in the first, 6 more in the second, 3 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth, 2 so far here in the seventh. As Berrigan tries to expand on this 18-6 lead. There go the runners. Another payoff pitch swung on and missed. Slider by Berrigan for out number 3. Horace strikes out a pair, but gives up 2 runs on 3 hits, including a 2-run shot by Jaden Sanchez. There were no errors in the inning, and 2 runners stranded on base. With that, we've played 7. It's UNLV 18, Bradley 6.
Hustlin' Rebel fans, come back to the Earl on Tuesday, February 24th, as your Hustlin' Rebels take on the Western Michigan Broncos. First pitch is scheduled for 6:05 p.m. For tickets, go to UNLVtickets.com or call 702-739-FAN. That's 702-739-3267. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a Valvoline pitching change. When it's time for a change, trust the performance professionals at Valvoline. Now pitching for the Hustlin' Rebels, number 27, Cal Barna.
On to the 8th we go. So far, so good for the Hustlin' Rebels. UNLV on top of Bradley, 18-6. And as we go to the 8th inning, Cal Barna summoned out of the home bullpen, facing off against the 9-1-2 spots for the visiting Bradley Braves. Cal Layton ready to go in his first at-bat of the day, replacing Jackson Schumacher, who was catching and batting ninth to get things started. Barna, the 6'3 right-hander out of Piedmont, California, fires a fastball at 93 over the outer half, and it's in there for strike 1 to Layton. Layton followed by Vidal and Skinner. 9-1-2, the first 3 to get it going for the Braves. Rebels on top by 12 as Barna misses in. Bright red glove on the left hand. And the count's 1-1. Pitching change once again brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil. Barna so far has given up 4 runs without allowing a hit in 1 inning of work in 2 appearances last weekend. Out of the full windup, the Californian misses away. And the count goes 2 balls to a strike right off the bat.
Barna's a guy where the collegiate numbers may not necessarily line up with the frame and the projectability. In 9 2/3 innings at UNC Asheville in 2025, he had north of a 17 ERA, but projectable, throws some good stuff.
Throws that one to the backstop to move the count. 3 balls and a strike on Layton. And I mean, again, a very, very small sample size. He's faced 9 batters. He's walked 5. He struck out 1. And he's thrown 5 wild pitches in an inning plus so far on the year. He's just trying to find a strike here on 3-1. And it's inside, barely off the inner half. And he walks the first man he faces, second straight inning. And Bradley has been issued a leadoff walk. Still a 12-run cushion, so Barna in a low leverage spot, given some grace here to try to earn it. And he'll go up against Andre Vidal, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk since coming in as a defensive replacement.
For Barna, important to just focus on the little things. Focus on executing your pitches. Focus on definitely not the base runners, just making sure that you're able to find the strike zone as he does with a tumbling slider to strike one for Andre Vidal.
That's a great pitch there. And Barna was nearly unhittable in his appearances over the fall in inter-squad games and a couple of matchups against other opponents, including Cal State Fullerton, who they'll face off against in a couple of weeks. He was amazing in those appearances. Check swing on a pitch outside. The appeal to first. No swing, says Greg Charles, and it's 1-1.
And you can see the serious bite on that slider. He's already offered 2 to Vidal and can do some serious swing and miss stuff.
And he works back and forth with a 2-pitch arsenal. Fastball, slider, all he throws. Out of the stretch, the 1-1. It's a slider, and it's a called strike on the outer half. But mention the numbers for Barna in the fall, but worth repeating. He faced off against 22 hitters in relief. He struck out 12. He walked 9. There was 1 ball put in play against him in those 22 batters, and it was a ground out in the last one that he faced.
I'm sure it was a very weakly hit ground ball as well.
Runner starts to move, and instead the Barna wild pitch underneath the glove of the catcher. Taylor's going to move him up to second base regardless. 6th wild pitch for Barna in an inning plus this year. And as you had mentioned, he's got the stuff in the frame, but the consistency and just the strike throwing, not there yet.
And that's the tough thing. It's finding out who your strike throwers are in a blowout game like this in an early season scenario. And if you're, Cal Barna, it's about finding that ability to throw strikes. It's maybe taking a tick or two off the fastball, trying to locate right now with such a cushion as opposed to some of these more wild pitches.
And he misses away again there. 92, you like the velo. But here comes Coach Ope before the 3-2 pitch. He's going to go out and have a word with Barna. He saw something technically that he didn't like. And meanwhile, here comes Bradley head coach Justin Dedman to have a word with home plate umpire Alex Nash. You know what Coach Ope is going to go out there to talk about. What is Dedman out there pointing at?
It looked like he kind of motioned towards the UNLV dugout mentioning the pitching change, but honestly, I'm not sure why you'd have a complaint about that. It benefits you for the opponent to have a pitching change mid-at-bat, traditionally speaking.
So whatever he said is enough to get Alex Nash to call over the other umpires. I don't know. This is the second time today that we haven't really understood what's going on, and that's not a normal feeling for those of us that...
I'd say flabbergasted might be the word, man.
Yeah, flummoxed, flabbergasted, floored.
So all 4 umpires congregating to our right, the pitcher's left of the mound. Not sure what's being discussed. So nothing to comment as of yet. Calling time is crew chief.
It's his time. He's going to go over to the UNLV dugout. And what's interesting here is that he's not going towards the dugout at all.
Can hear a little bit picked up from the FX mic. Someone said, we're checking, we're checking.
What are they checking? They might be looking at the glove. The only other thing I can think of is maybe
there's someone in UNLV apparel on a cell phone talking to the 2 officials right by the first base canopy where the ops and grounds crew hangs out.
The thing is if it's a glove that they wanted to take a look at, why do you need to go to replay?
If you're playing college baseball bingo along at home, you've probably filled up the entire card today.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of everything in a game that's already at the 3-hour, 30-minute mark here in the top half of the 8th inning.
Cell phone has been handed off to crew chief Adam Dowdy having a conversation, but who's on the other line, Matt?
Your guess is as good as mine, partner. So we'll see. And it's even weirder. You don't often see a mound visit mid-at-bat. You don't see one before a 3-2 pitch. And you don't often see the opposing coach or manager go out there while the other team's pitching coach is on the mound and get the umpires to review something. Again, it's something that they're reviewing.
And they weren't aware of whatever the issue was until it was pointed out in a full count by Justin Redmond. And a very brief conversation had convinced the officiating crew to take a second look at whatever this may be.
And again, if it's like some kind of equipment violation, that's not anything that mandates a replay. It's one where the umpires make a judgment call there. You see it at the major league level. Maybe once or twice a year, a pitcher will have a glove tossed down from use. Can't have any Colors too close to white with Barnum. That glove being bright red, I don't think there's any issue there. Again, don't know what the issue is at this point.
And I've got my binoculars locked in on the cell phone conversation of Adam Dowdy. I like to think I'm somewhat of a lip reader after watching countless sports broadcasts and always intrigued with what's going on. And he hasn't really said much in the last 60 seconds. So curious.
So the wizard behind the curtain taking a look. Not quite Wizard of Oz, but
Wizard of Oz playing year-round at the Sphere. Good little
you had a chance to see that
adjacent plug there. I sure did. Part of the Las Vegas Bowl festivities that my company takes place. Real fun show. Real interactive.
That's how you know it's a 12-run game in the 8th inning. There's a replay review. We're talking
only context a couple of avid sports fans would be referencing. Dorothy,
seen a couple of shows
Wizard
in
of
the
Oz.
Sphere, but not Wizard of Oz yet. One way or another, UNLV leads 18-6 and are out hitting the Bradley Braves 22-5. And this is an outrageously long replay review. I'll just say it. This would be long even if it were reviewing a play on the field. But as we understand, they're not reviewing anything that happened. All right, here we go. Can't wait for this explanation. Here's the crew chief, Adam Dowdy.
After review, the count is 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And with the way that the umpire is kind of pointing in sequence, it looks like they were reviewing whether the count was correct, whether it was a 3-2 count or not. All right, much ado about nothing.
Very interesting. You never know what you're going to see anytime you show up to the ballpark.
After all that, you got a runner on second and nobody out. Leadoff walk and a wild pitch. As Leighton on second, and here comes the 3-2 to Andre Vidal. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The long layoff bodes well for Cal Barna. Review or not, he strikes out Vidal on a hard snapping slider.
If you want to talk about a situation in which you're icing a pitcher, that might have been one of the most textbook ices we've ever seen. A long, long delay from Cal Barna. Nobody saw that coming. A beautiful slider tumbles into the middle of the zone and absolutely fools Vidal, his second strikeout in his second at-bat.
And as they say in pickup basketball, ball don't lie.
True that.
Luke Skinner in from the left. First pitch swinging. Laces one out of play beyond the fence in left field. Again, I said it before. I'll probably say it 4 or 5 times the rest of the season. There is merit to getting the call right. But in my eyes, there is a certain valor, so to speak, in getting it quickly and even being right on the field.
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, it almost seems inexcusable to have a delay that long for something as inconsequential as one pitch in this type of ball game in this fashion.
Barnum misses outside. 1-1 count to Skinner. And if you're just reviewing the pitches and the sequence, that's on the home plate umpire.
It certainly is, and it should be an instance in which that's subjective, and the home plate umpire can say, no, I do not owe you that review. My balls and strikes are correct.
That's a strike or a breaking pitch, and yeah, that tells you that Alex Nash, who really didn't offer any kind of resistance when it was brought to his attention by Justin Dedman, he might not have been sure either. You never know. You don't want to put any words in anybody's mouth.
Right, no, but it makes you think. It
clues,
certainly does.
Barnes set a deep breath, and the 1-2. Fouled straight down. Skinner just able to get a piece and knock it off his front leg. So the Rebels due up next in the bottom of the 8th inning. We got 1 on, 1 out on the top of the frame, but it'll be Burns, Rodriguez, and Chef. There's 3 to up against what may be a new arm as there's a right-hander throwing for Bradley.
I think the only thing we haven't seen so far in this contest would be someone hitting for the cycle, and Burns would have the chance to do that if he were to lead off the bottom of the 8th with a long ball.
And that would make sense. That would be a little bit of catharsis for this game that's featured.
Illogically logical.
Everything. Barnes set again on 1 and 2. Hands held at the chest. Here's the kick and the pitch. And it's outside. Two balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. And Cal Layton on second after a leadoff walk that felt like it was about 45 minutes ago. There's a slider, couldn't come in through the back door. It's locked, and the count goes full. As Luke Skinner bats for the first time today, replacing Jake Garcia. Garcia, the starting center fielder. Skinner currently playing at second. Hayden Miller started the game. Here we go, the 3-2 pitch from Barna. Right down the middle, called, strike 3 on the slider. A walk followed by back-to-back strikeouts with some pauses in between. And Cal Barna 1 pitch away from retiring the side in 4 batters.
Goes back to the exact same payoff pitch, back-to-back at-bats. That tumbling slider in. Beautiful pitch, just this time. Skinner, no offering. He's left frozen.
Rebels lead by a dozen as Cal McCormick bats for the first time. Came in as a pinch runner in the 7th. First pitch hits him, and a slider got him right between the 1 and the 9 in the middle of the back, and McCormick earns his way on the hard way. If you're Barna, well, you don't want to hit anybody. That's not the worst walk as it sets up a forced play anywhere around the infield with 2 down. As this will be Hayden Miller batting for the 5th time today. Hit by a pitch, a walk, a base hit, and a strikeout. He's done a little bit of everything at the dish. And why wouldn't he? That's the kind of theme of today's game.
Played a handful of positions as well. He's an infielder and an outfielder.
And in the 8th inning, Bradley does not have a single defensive starter where they started the game. Fastball high, 93 on the gun, and it misses for ball 1. Mentioned when I talked to you last night about the previous 2 games in the series, you said, especially that 8th inning yesterday, my scorecard was just an absolute mess. I mean, I think you used about a pen and a half this weekend alone.
I think today takes the cake, but we've had some interesting books at the very least. Lots of cross-outs. I didn't bring the white out, but I think the bottle would be about half empty if I were to utilize the white out.
I got some of the strip white out. I like that a lot better.
That is significantly better than the liquid stuff. I would agree.
I'll let you borrow some if you ask nicely. And it hits the batter. Barna hits another one, and the bases are loaded. And for Cal Barna, Wisconsin native, he's able to live in the strike zone with his excellent 2-pitch mix. He has a chance to really be effective, but the problem for him is that he has not been consistent or efficient so far. And he'll face off against Angelo Alamon, the LA native, also out of the University of Louisiana Monroe, with the bases loaded and 2 down here in the 8th in a 12-run game.
Alamon started at third last night. 3 at-bats he took before moving to first base, and then he was pinch hit for by River Lindsay, but 2 strikeouts and a line out to shortstop, 0 for 3 in those 3 ups.
Watching all the way after back-to-back hit batters. He takes high on a fastball for ball 1. One and 0 the count to Alamon, hitting for Lebowski, went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. This next one inside, and it hits him. 3rd consecutive hit batter, and the run scores to make it 18-7. Walk, strikeout, strikeout, hit by pitch, hit by pitch, hit by pitch. How the 8th inning has gone so far for Cal Barna and UNLV.
The old RBIHBP in the scorebook.
It's one way to earn an RBI, right?
18-7 now the count. Looking a little bit more like a Armed Forces football score as we advance into the late frames here from the Earl.
Yeah, you got, what's that? 2 touchdowns, 2 two-point conversions, and a safety.
I like it. Lots of 2s in there.
The best way to get to 18.
That's a fun football play. I like that.
First pitch to Michael Quick, down and away, righty on lefty, and the count goes 1-0. I guess you could go 2 touchdowns, 2 extra points, and 2 safeties on defense.
Or if you're, recency, talk about a guy like Jason Myers for the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Thought he was snubbed of the MVP. 5 field goals. 6 field goals get you to 18.
That pitch off the glove of the catcher Taylor, who scampers to go pick it up.
Not to get controversial or anything, me and being pro kicker, but I just, thought maybe the kicker deserved the MVP of that one.
If you're telling me which one of those I could pick to have happen, I'm not taking 6 field goals. I want some safeties. I want some 2-point conversions. Give me an octopus in there. Got to score the touchdown and get the 2-point conversion afterwards. 8 points, 8 legs, the octopus. 2-0 slider is outside, and the count goes 3-0 with the bases loaded.
Wonder what the leash looking like for Barna. 3 straight plunks and what could be a very quick walk. I'd assume there's some action
behind him. Yeah, righty warming up in the bullpen as Barna sets and deals on 3-0. Fastball down the chute, right down the middle. Call for strike one at 93. For Barna, one pitch gets you out of this. You're 3 outs away from a win afterwards. It's good with the last pitch he throws if he's able to get out number 3. He sets and fires, and it's just off the outside for ball 4. Second straight bases loaded free pass, and it is 18-8 with Bradley plating a pair of runs here in inning number 8. Question becomes is, how quick of a hook do you have? Again, it is a 10-run game at this point. You don't want to necessarily nuke the confidence of Cal Barna if he really is laboring out there. Looks like they're going to give him one more batter now. Here comes Jeff Opalewski, and he'll make the pitching change. He'll call for the lefty out of the bullpen to go up against Landon Lowe. He'll step aside for the pitching change. Be back in a moment from the Earl. UNLV on top of Bradley, 18-8 after the pitching change.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. It's time for a Valley pitching change. And it's time for a change from performance professional and Valley. Now pitching for UNLV, number 38, Jacob Gomberg.
Florida-born left-hander Jacob Gomberg onto the hill to try to get out of a jam. Bases loaded 2 down with 2 Bradley runs already across in the inning. The lefty will go against the right-hand batting Landon Lowe. Lowe currently in at center field after starting the game in right, listed as an infielder on the roster. So chance we see him in the infield as well at some point. First pitch from Gomberg to Lowe. Rides high and away, and we're underway. Resuming play here in the 8th inning. UNLV on top 18-8 in a game that has featured 26 combined runs, 27 combined hits, and what feels like 27 hit batters. Gomberg out of the stretch on the way as he bounces that one. A good block by Taylor on ball 2. Lowe, one of just 3 starters in the batting order, still in the lineup for the Braves.
Certainly has been a wonky weekend for sure, but one thing to take solace in moving forward for the Hustlin' Rebels, you take a look at their hit output against the Bradley pitching staff. 45 combined hits for UNLV over the 3 days. Something to look forward to advancing in the season.
Ground ball right side and through. Miller comes in to score. Alamon gets the stop sign at third. It's a 90-foot advancement on a base hit from Landon Lowe. It's his 3rd hit of the day, 2nd run batted in, and number 6 of the year. That run charged to Barna. All 3 runs in the inning so far, the responsibility of the right-hander. He's also on the hook for Alamon on 3rd, and Quick off 2nd Gomberg's line starts with Lowe, who just drove in a run on a base hit. Base is still loaded, still 2 out. As he's ready to go against Peyton Nelson, the left fielder. Had a double check on the scorecard there. Nelson, sans batting gloves, swings and misses at a first pitch fastball. The Little Rock, Arkansas native, a senior transfer from Charleston Southern.
Nelson 0 for 5 last night. 4 of the 22 strikeouts. He wore the golden sombrero.
94, and that last pitch from Gomberg is pitching for the 3rd time on the year. Lefty, transfer from Florida, spins a slider in there for a called strike 2. So far on the year, coming into today, Gomberg, 2 1/3 innings pitched, 2 runs, 1 earned on 2 hits, 3 strikeouts and a walk. Pitched in a win and a loss against Austin Peay. The Rebels splitting that series right down the middle, 2 games apiece. The 0-2. Fastball called, strike 3. Nelson frozen in place, and the 9th batter of the 8th inning retired as the Rebels strike out the side. All 3 outs via the K, but in between that, the Braves score 3 runs on 1 hit, 3 hit batters and 2 walks with no errors, and the bases left loaded. The Rebels due up for what they hope is the final time. Coming up in the bottom of the 8th, it's UNLV 18, Bradley 9.
Scan the QR code on the video board right now to support the Hustlin' Rebels with a gift today. A donation to baseball directly strengthens the student-athlete experience. Your generosity fuels their drive to compete at the highest level while succeeding in the classroom. Join us in empowering the Hustlin' Rebels this season.
Here we go, bottom of the 8th inning. UNLV on top of Bradley by an 18-9 tally as the Braves dip deeper into their bullpen as they call the lanky left-hander Tristan Duke, wearing number 31. Duke becomes the 5th arm used by first-year head coach Justin Dedman today. Jackson Horace charged for 4 runs on 6 hits over 2 innings plus, 2 walks, 4 Ks. He leaves with a no decision. Nin Burns, a homer shy of the cycle, stands in from the right and takes a breaking ball down and inside by the back foot from the left-hander Tristan Duke. Got the 3/4 arms length sleeves, and he's up against the 5, 6, and 7 spots in the Rebel lineup. Burns, Rodriguez, and Chef. Nin gets a hold of this one, drives it to left, but playable as Peyton Nelson bobbles it and drops it. That one all the way past him on a fielding error. In at second is Burns, so no cycle for Burns on that at bat. But on a ball that tailed underneath the glove and the body of Peyton Nelson, that'll put a runner on second base with nobody out. That's one of the many perils of rotating as many guys defensively as Bradley has in so many different spots.
Absolutely, it's hard to get the look. Nelson in the middle infield earlier this weekend, now in left field, but also a weird kind of path from that ball. Burns seemed to get on top of it while still hitting a line drive. Weird footing, and the ball kind of tailed off. Just not the best route either from Nelson, the new left fielder.
First pitch to Johnny Rodriguez, twists him away. Tristan Duke spun him a curveball there at 74. Rodriguez in what's likely to be his final at bat of the day, gunning for what he hopes is his first hit of the afternoon, would extend his hitting streak to 7 games to start the year. Takes that breaking ball in the dirt. He's ahead 2-0. He's worked himself into an advantageous count if he wants to do that.
Tristan Duke working in such an unorthodox manner, standing 6'5", a lanky lefty. Hard to read that from the jump, and then he comes with this extremely old school arm slot, kind of just pushing, flicking the elbow through the delivery.
Lefty's 2-0, that's high, and Rodriguez ahead 3 balls and no strikes.
I guess some would call it more of an elastic delivery on that arm.
There's a right-hander up behind him, so if things start to get away from him, Bradley may go deeper into those relief arms. He's behind 3-0 as he sets checking second. Turns to the plate, and whips a slider right down Broadway for a called strike one. Rodriguez watching that one 11 times out of 10. No wind to speak of as the outfield plays Rodriguez to pull. Nelson in left straight up. Low and center shaded just a couple of steps towards right. Out of the stretch, 3-1 breaking ball downstairs, ball 4. An error and a walk. Start off the bottom of the 8th with 2 on and nobody out for Cooper Sheff, who was 2 for 5. He's already extended that hitting streak to 7 games to start the young season.
Something about Cooper, he's consistent with every approach, right? He doesn't have necessarily a different mindset or a different approach when he steps up, and he's going to be looking for yet another hard-struck single, this time with 2 on against a left-hander.
After a 5-pitch walk, Sheff taking all the way. And that first pitch fastball rides over the outside at 80 for a called strike one.
And such an interesting change of pace from Duke. Tops out really at 80 that we've seen so far, and the breaking stuff between 72 and 77 so far. So such similar speeds. It's just picking up on the movement out of the hand.
Sheff fouls this one straight back for strike 2. 86 on that fastball. Reach back for something there.
Certainly did, in a bit of a different arm slot, a little bit more oomph, for lack of a better term.
We mentioned that game between Northern Colorado and New Mexico. Well, not only did New Mexico tie it in the bottom of the 9th, they came back and walked it off 12-11 in 10 innings against Northern Colorado. Lobos perfect at 8-0. Northern Colorado 0-8 to start the year after that one. Sheff takes strike 3. A beautiful breaking ball came in through the back door and rung up for strike 3 by Alex Nash. Sheff knew it right away. He'll walk back to the first base dugout. 1 on and 2 down. Here's Taylor. UNR also walk-off winners in a 5-3 fashion over Utah Valley. Only one way to win on a walk-off by more than 1 run.
A dinger?
That's a walk-off home run. And Canyon now going final. They fall 13-2 against Oklahoma State. Air Force being doubled up by the South Carolina Gamecocks in Columbia, 4-2 right now. First pitch high to Gavin Taylor. Talked about that matchup in San Francisco between San Jose State and the Dons of USF. 6-2. San Francisco in the bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the 6th in San Luis Obispo. Washington State 4, Cal Poly 2. And in the bottom of the 2nd, it's Fresno State 3, Pepperdine 2. Both runners on the move. The pitch a called strike. The throw to second base. Not in time. Outstanding backup there by Luke Skinner. If you're a catcher like Cal Layton, you're supposed to just do that. Throw it to second. Someone will be there. Vidal wasn't there yet, but Skinner at the last moment was able to cut that thing off and prevent further advancement. But credit Burns and Rodriguez on a double steal to put runners in scoring position.
Keeping the Braves defense guessing. Clearly nobody covering that second base bag. Throw was received basically at the back end of the infield dirt.
It was a lunging effort as well. This pitch down, and it hits off the foot of the catcher, Layton. That'll roll to the first base dugout and give Burns enough time to score on a wild pitch. That'll also move Rodriguez from second to third. And the Rebels back on top by double digits. It's 19-9 here in the 8th. And if it were a different series, the game would be over. It would have been over in the 7th, but before the weekend, Stan Stolte and Justin Dedman agreed a no mercy rule for the entirety of the 3 games. And this really would have been the only instance in which it would have actually occurred.
Absolutely. I was pump faked a bit when the 11-2 lead became 12-2 for UNLV last night, ready to call a faux walk-off, if you will, but no luck there, and Rebels again leading by 10.
Swing and a miss by Taylor. He's 1 out of 4 today. Base hit, 2 ground outs, a strikeout, and he's also been hit by a pitch. The catcher hitting 8 this afternoon. Jaden Sanchez on deck as the 2-2 to Taylor is cut on and missed for out number 2. So 2 strikeouts on 2 very different pitches. Chef took a called strike 3 on the big breaking curveball. Taylor swings late on an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. You talk about the difference in velocities there. And Duke pulled that one out of the back pocket and then some.
A lot of these late inning appearances from the Bradley bullpen. Some of these younger guys, some of these less experienced guys, these are acting as tryouts for who are going to be the high leverage pitchers when they get into Missouri Valley Conference play. And Duke doing a good job early, showing the variety of pitches he's able to execute. 88 on the fastball.
First pitch to Jaden Sanchez, blocked on a sliding effort by Cal Layton behind home plate. Tristan Duke, the lefty out of Argyle, Texas, pitching for his 4th team in as many years. Spent 2023 with Wichita State, 24 at Blinn College in Texas. They're a JUCO powerhouse. Spent last year at Amarillo College before coming to Peoria and Bradley this year. Sanchez watching all the way, takes a slider, the curveball, beg your pardon, over the inside. 1-1 the count to Sanchez. Or Salmon, beg your. No, this is Sanchez. Salmon on deck. Sanchez came in and blasted a 2-run home run over the corner of the wall in left field in his only other at bat of the day. That's another breaking ball. This one down, maybe a bit outside as well on ball 2.
And Sanchez, Matt, he's got one speed no matter what he's doing on the field, and it's fast. His hand speed, fast. His defensive acumen, fast. He's stolen a couple bases, too. The leadoff and his base running work, very impressive off of first this weekend.
He swings here and knocks one off the pitcher. It trickles towards the third base side. McCormick picks it up. He's got no play to first base. That's an RBI base hit for Jaden Sanchez. He's driven in 3 in his 2 at-bats on the day. And Duke, lucky that that one didn't catch him stronger. It looked more like it deflected off the pitcher than hit him firm. He's also lucky that Sanchez kind of hit that one off the hands and more so muscled it back towards the mound.
Definitely a reaction play by Tristan Duke, not able to squeeze that one shut and certainly avoiding any type of injury. But Sanchez doing what he does best, putting the ball in play and doing it hard.
First pitch to Jack Salmon, a called strike on the inside. Rebels already with their highest offensive output of the year. 20 runs on 23 hits. They are 3 outs away defensively from wrapping up a 3-game sweep of Bradley. Slider hit in the air, deep right center field. Going back is landed low in the gap. He makes the call. The right fielder Miller cuts in front of him, and it'll be the center fielder Lowe to make the catch. Oh boy, disaster averted. However, the Rebels able to tack on a pair of insurance runs to get to 20 on the day. They scored 2 runs on 1 hit with 1 error and 1 man left on after 8 innings complete. UNLV 20, Bradley 9. Top of the 9th inning coming up next.
Broncos at 6:30 p.m. Go to UNLVtickets.com to get your tickets today.
Top of the 9th inning here at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. It all comes down to this. If the Rebels want to cap off the 3-game sweep against the Bradley Braves, they've got as much cushion as you could ask for. With an 11-run lead, it's UNLV 20, Bradley 9, and it'll be Jacob Gomberg to try to close this one out. He got the final out of the 8th, striking out Peyton Nelson. And the first pitch of the 9th is fouled out of play by Cal Layton. Layton Watch that one out of plate on the right field line. Now, we were talking in between innings. And last night when it got to the late stages and Bradley was out of the game but had one more at bat, they went pinch hitter, pinch hitter, pinch hitter. Issue is here for Justin Dedman. I don't know if they've got anybody left to pinch hit.
You're right, and it's three guys that are currently in the game. It was Lindsay, it was Lowe, and it was Vidal in the 8, 9, and 1 spots, all pinch hitting. And they actually, two of the three reached base.
I mean, just looking at the roster itself, we have not seen Ashton Horcham.
Injury in Friday night's contest.
Walker Buchanan, another outfielder. Fastball up and away, 2 balls in the strike. I think that might be it. As far as position players that have yet to play, Matthew Hanneman is listed as an infielder and an outfielder. So, literally, injuries or otherwise, you got 3 position players yet to come into this game.
Keep an eye out for 41. Maybe he completes the roster coming in.
Fastball outside, and it's 3-1 to Cal Layton, who entered in as a defensive replacement for Jackson Schumacher. Walked and scored in his only other plate appearance back in the 8th inning. Gomberg on the way out of the stretch. Swing and a line drive, slap to right. Here comes Burns, and he'll make the catch at the chest for out number 1. It's an old coaching adage that the hardest out to get in any game, regardless of the score, whether it's 1-0 or 20-9, is that first out of the final inning. And despite the fact that he fell behind 3 balls and a strike, and despite the fact that he gave up a hard ball in play, Gomberg gets out number 1 after all that.
Big confidence list for Gomberg, and you have to treat this inning like it's any other, like it's 0-0 and you're making the start. In terms of development, in terms of getting your rhythm and flow for the rest of the season, Gomberg needs to execute.
He gets ahead of Vidal with the fastball rung up over the inside of the plate. Vidal struck out in both of his previous at-bats. Came in as a defensive replacement for Saurabh Razai in the 7th. Swing and a miss on another fastball. An aggressive hack makes it 0-2. Gavin Bowen in line for his first win of the year. Came in as a relief arm behind Felix Ong. Ong went 2 1/3 on 41 pitches. The 0-2 pitch. Down low, ball 1. Ryan Schaffner on the hook for the loss after giving up 10 runs on 9 hits in an inning plus of work. The Rebels with 5 in the first, 6 more in the second. Those 2 innings alone give them enough cushion with the score at 20-9 right now. Gomberg set, the lefties, 1-2, swung on and missed. Vidal fooled badly. Even though he came off the bench to start the game, he has fanned 3 times in 3 at-bats. And with that, the Braves, with their backs against the wall, down to their final out. The game rests on the shoulders of the left-handed batting Luke Skinner. Lefty on lefty with the third baseman Berrigan creeping tight. The first pitch to Skinner, slapped straight back on a fastball for strike 1. I believe this is the second at bat for Skinner.
Backwards K in the 8th.
Yeah. The scorebook is an abject disaster right now.
I'd like to believe I'm at a 90% clip on the accuracy.
And a hit batter is going to extend this ball game. Skinner hit on the front elbow. He's padded up, so he barely felt it. So Bradley pitchers hit 2 Rebels. UNLV has now hit 7 Braves hitters. So the 9th hit batter of the game puts a runner on first for Colin McCormick.
That's somewhat of a small issue to flag going forward in the season. That's 6 hit Bradley Braves just by the Rebel bullpen arms this weekend.
Wow, that's over 3 games. A swing and a miss on a first pitch breaking ball from Colin McCormick. Almost calling him Ryan McCormick, one of our production aces over at the Las Vegas ballpark.
How's Ryan doing? It's
He's
been a while
great.
since I've seen him. He's the man.
I'll see him on Tuesday over at the South Point.
Fantastic.
Sports by the Book, another show that he helps produce. I'll be on there. Gomberg to the plate on the 0-1 delivery. Fouled straight back for strike 2. So Gomberg a strike away from wrapping this one up. McCormick, who entered as a pinch runner in the 7th, came around to score. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the 8th inning in his only true plate appearance. 0-2 the count as Gomberg tries to finish this game after 4 hours plus. The lefty set. He kicks. He deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's how the ball game draws to a close. The Hustlin' Rebels sweep the Bradley Braves 20-9, the score in the series finale, as UNLV improves to 5-2 on the young season. Bradley drops to 1-6. The final line score in this one, UNLV winning with 20 runs on 23 hits. They committed 2 errors defensively, both sides leaving 11 runners on. Bradley, 9 runs, 6 hits, and 3 errors. Gavin Bowen goes to 1-0. His first win as a Rebel comes after giving up 1 run on 1 hit over 2 1/3. Ryan Schaffnet, who's charged for 10 of the 20 Rebel runs in a start, takes the loss to go to 0-1. We played today's game in 4 hours and a minute in front of an announced attendance of 573 at Earl E. Wilson Stadium. Drew, appreciate you hopping in for me on the call yesterday and the day prior. You got to call 3 Rebel wins, so that's a win for you.
A great sweep. Always good to see in the non-conference. Some of these more tune-up games, big-time Rebel offensive performances. They totaled 45 runs from Friday to Saturday to Sunday. Rebel starting pitching, a lot to be happy with in terms of the strikeout department, in terms of stretching out a little bit as we advance further into the season. But it was an absolute treat to be on the call solo Friday and Saturday. Happy to have you back here with me on Sunday. And the Rebels happy to send the home fans at the Earl home with 3 straight victories.
Bradley continues their 24-game road swing to begin the season. They'll be in Martin, Tennessee this weekend, taking on the Skyhawks of UT Martin Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Day off tomorrow for UNLV. They'll take on Western Michigan Tuesday and Wednesday. Drew, you'll be on the call Tuesday night, beg your pardon, in a 6:05 first pitch. Again, appreciate you filling in, as I'll be on the road with the Runnin' Rebels taking on Grand Canyon that next day. But you got to get out to Phoenix somehow. So that's where I'll be that night. Appreciate you. Good job today, and looking forward to the next time we can hop on the air together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a treat that we get to call these games together and watch Hustlin' Rebel Baseball, a program that means a lot to both of us, and great to see the Rebels. A 20-9 victory today over Bradley, capping off a series sweep.
Kids running the bases post-game as we get set to step aside. UNLV wins 20-9. And for my on-air partner, Drew Neverett, and everybody with UNLV Athletics, this is Matt Neverett saying thanks so much for tuning in. Drew will be back with you Tuesday night, next time the Rebels are in action, a 6:05 first pitch here at the Earl. Join him on the UNLV Athletics YouTube channel. Until then, so long.